check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey, hey.
The bike is on. Am I giving money? Or I taking money asking you? Downstairs for food. Asking you. Let me take it. Chocolate of sweetie. Yeah, one. Okay, now we got half an hour. Are you asking the help of coming to Jakarta? Yes, everything I want to do. You're working. You need to change the battery. No, I don't want to do it. What about it? That's not what you say. Okay, we don't have now. Streaming. No, just in the audio too. Because we cannot patch into the sound. I buy 3 burgers, only give me 2 burgers. Huh? Then you take one, right? There's one more here. Where's the other one? Oh, there's a long chicken and a tender grilled chicken. Okay, I'm using the internal mic because cannot patch it. Really? Because their floor point is male. Female. Today you didn't take it. This is the stupid thing about some installers. They don't know the convention of direction. Here, if it's male, here output always female. Input must be male. Both sides the same. Right. Okay. For Coke, Sprite, Coke. I will take Coke. You decide. You go downstairs eat first. Eat already, you help me take care of the other workers. I'll go for free. Hey, the mic quite loud. We talk here, the focus is there. So you cannot talk to you. Came up it. You want onion rings or? Streaming, and you want onion rings or you want fries? You want onion rings or you want fries? No, today.
hackathon and the result of the hackathon, which you all have been waiting for. We will first start with a keynote by Wing, followed by our keynote speaker, Jonathan, and then the 3 panels. We will formally begin in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for spending the time with us in a precious Sunday, especially since today is also a Father's Day as well. So very thankful that you guys are here today with us. So I'm Wing, and I'm really deeply honored to be standing in front of everyone today as the founder of National Blockchain Challenge to make this opening speech. Thank you for joining us today once again. So a hack is defined as a novel creation or solution to a problem. And the purpose of our National Blockchain Hackathon is to generate solutions to market solutions, problems by utilizing blockchain technology. This hackathon is just one part of the National Blockchain Challenge. The rest of the National Blockchain Challenge includes a total of 9 workshops, 1 fun-filled day of community sharing, and 3 upcoming exciting panel discussions as well. So now you may ask, why did I actually want to initiate National Blockchain Challenge as a volunteer? So this is actually a grassroots event. If you haven't realized it, it's all run by volunteers, very, very dedicated volunteers. So the very simple answer is actually curiosity and the desire to contribute back to the ecosystem. So as a self-taught developer myself, I always like to learn and upskill myself whenever I can. So we recognize that there has been a lot of fear-mongering recently in the media regarding this theme, like emerging technology, right? So and we feel that more emphasis can be placed on emerging technology and how Singaporeans can harness these technologies instead of fearing of them. So this is why my co-founder, Wan Wei, and I actually came out on this theme, the future of work, and this hackathon on a cold Saturday night over Vietnamese coffee. So we hope that through our hackathon, you guys actually experience the camaraderie and learn a few things about the blockchain team as well. That is why we have all the workshops to make this as educational as possible. So firstly, I would also like to just congratulate to the participants who actually survived through the 3 days. I think it has been a difficult 3 days of ideating, and really I know some of you don't really get the idea of blockchain, but still you appear, you turn out, and you participate in this hackathon. Really very thankful for that. So, and I'm proud to say that the youngest participant in the hackathon is actually 9 years old. And the oldest, yeah, around the clock. So learning has no age limit, right? And our oldest is actually 64 years old. So this is lifelong learning experience that we're talking about. So, okay, and also like later on after the panel, we will actually be announcing the 6 groups that will be making it. So for the groups who did not make it to the finals, I also take this chance to encourage you to further hone your skills and then to take this opportunity to learn more from the finalists that learn it. So this is really about encouraging the whole journey of learning and educating ourselves. And of course, finally, I would also like to give a huge thank you to the people who have made this whole event possible. A huge shout out to SkillsFuture Lifelong Learning, our Singapore Fund, and AWS for supporting us with the awesome venue and also the food. And also, would like to shout out to Claros and IOST. We are very honored to have the CTO of Claros come on with us to actually be part of this whole hackathon, to share their expertise and research and experience on blockchain. Okay, so lastly, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, John, for making his time for this precious Sunday afternoon, and the judges, mentors, panels, and fellow volunteers on my organizing committee. So please enjoy yourself for the panel, and I look forward for this is the season 1, and thank you so much for your time today.
speaker wing. Next up, our keynote speaker, Jonathan. He is an investor, mentor, and supporter of the APAC tech startup ecosystems in both Singapore and Australia, having raised over $85 million across his ventures, Soko, Airtasker, Tangstream Labs, and Tangstream Ventures. He's currently based in Singapore and has a strong technical background with a keen focus on disruptive marketplaces and network effect-based platforms. He is a huge proponent of focusing on strong product and technology delivery in startups and continues to invest and advise startups who are disrupting major industries across the globe. Let's welcome Mr. Johnson.
Great, thanks everyone for having me. As far as I understand it, you guys are quite progressed in your hackathon ideas, so many of you are probably already thinking about entrepreneurship and potentially even taking it forward from here and taking your idea into potentially starting a business and building a team. So what I thought I could share with you today is some of the experiences that I've had and in particular the top kind of learning and lessons I've learned along the way across building a few businesses both in Australia and Singapore that might help you on your journey. And I'm happy to have a chat later as well if you have any questions around it. So I guess the first thing that I would say is, particularly in hackathons, you've got a lot of ideation. You think about ideas to solve and problems to solve, finding solutions. So what I would say is, in my experience, having seen quite a few startups, both colleagues I've worked with, as well as being able to be on the investment side, on the venture capital side, is that the best ideas that I've generally always seen are those that come from a personal or professional problem that you've experienced, whether it's in your job or you're driving around town or shopping or so on. And the reason being is because when you've experienced that, you realise there is a real problem that you've just experienced, and it could be solved potentially with technology or in some way or form. And that's great because it gives you a starting point for your idea. How do you solve this problem? Typically, you're going to try and solve this with technology. But not only that is, let's say it's a professional problem that you've experienced. Maybe you had some problems with Excel, and you felt that there was some software that could make that better. Not only does that give you a great problem to solve and the way you want to solve this technology, but you have the expertise to be able to solve that problem as well. Not only could you identify the problem, but you know how to solve it. Potentially, if you're in that industry, it also means that when you come up with a solution, you're actually able to potentially reach out to potential customers who will actually buy that solution off you. So it's great to kind of leverage off your existing network, particularly in professional problems. And I guess on the flip side of that, a lot of startups I've seen that have failed because the entrepreneurs building those ideas have not come from that industry. So they're missing a lot of the trade information, they're missing the context, they're missing the experience around, is there actually a problem to solve, and then do they actually have the skills to solve that? So I guess the second point was a topic which is quite synonymous with startups and in particular the tech industry, but it's around raising capital. So the way I would recommend to think about raising capital is it's a skill. So it's not something that you just do and it's a once-off thing and that's it, you become a successful business. It doesn't work that way. Raising capital is really hard and you want to be practicing as much as you can. It takes time and effort to get better at raising capital. There's going to be questions that you might hear from an institutional investor that you weren't prepared for, and maybe that's the reason why they don't invest. So you need to always be constantly learning about how to improve at raising capital, be as prepared as possible to answer questions, and even if they ask you a question, you need to be humble enough to say, look, that's something I need to probably take away and get back to you on. So it takes a lot of experience to raise capital. And the third point is around raising capital is not the goal of your business. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you successfully raise $50,000, $2 million, $50 million. That's typically what you read a lot in the media around, wow, this company just raised $50 million to go and expand to a different country. Raising capital is not the goal. All it does, it gives you the opportunity to solve the problem that you were out there to do in the first place. Typically as well, you might hear that a lot of companies that raise capital also fail because the opportunity they were given, the time that they had to do it, and the money that they was invested into, they weren't able to deliver the solution to markets that I guess the problem needed, or perhaps there wasn't a problem in the first place. So raising capital is important to the business, and you need to work on it and build it as a skill. But because it doesn't solve your problem, the way you need to think about it is you need to fight for every single dollar. So, you know, a lot of people ask me, because I've been able to raise capital before, you know, that gets easier and easier. Look, there's definitely a part of that that does get a bit easier. You might be able to leverage off existing investors and use a bit of reputation to raise capital. But the way I was explaining to people is I fight for every dollar. It doesn't matter if I'm trying to raise $10,000 or $100,000 or more. To have that mindset around fighting for that money will help you, I guess, stay hungry and really, you know, drive your ambitions to as far as you want to drive them. So next point is around once you have the capital, then what are you doing? One of the most important things when you have that opportunity is around team. So team for me is really important. It's the lifeblood of your startup. You need to build a great team. I think building startups is very hard, and as much as you'd like to, you know, celebrate and bring in as much top talent as you can, often you'll kind of need to take what you get. You know, who's prepared to leave their job to join your team. But as much as possible, it's really important to build as strong as a team as you can. As a founder, you're going to want to do everything, but you won't be able to do everything. So it's really important you need to leverage skills, people around you, make sure everyone understands their responsibilities, because in many cases you'll be coming up with the ideas as the core founder or the core entrepreneurs, but in many other cases your team will come up with those ideas, and your role is not only to ideate a lot of solutions, but also nurture and support your team so that they can come up with the same ideas and solve the same problems that you need to solve. So once you've built your team, typically in a lot of startups, founders want the whole team to be working as hard as they do, right? With as much passion and motivation as they do. But one of the biggest things I've seen with a lot of teams is, whilst founders might want that from their team, they're not leading by example. They're not putting in the most effort that they can. So if you think about in a business, who is the most motivated, who's going to work the hardest, typically that should be the founder entrepreneurs. You can't expect your team to follow and follow your leadership and work as hard as you do if you're not working hard, right? They're really going to be looking at you as a role model. So it's really important, I think, that the better teams I've seen have always been ones where the entrepreneurs themselves work their asses off. And I think it's important. I don't think it's an absolute necessity, but I do think if you want to be a leader in your organisation or within the industry, I think you need to be prepared to make that step and push as hard as you can personally. Other things that you might need to really consider in this industry, if you do embark on entrepreneurship, is there is an aspect of building a team, but there's also an aspect of letting go of people as well. It's typically never a scenario you think about when you're building a startup. It's always about focus, go, kind of build your business, raise capital, and so on. But there'll be many scenarios where you're going to need to let go of members in your team, and typically it will be kind of obvious, I think, if you're building a high-performance environment, who the other performers are. And it's definitely not something that you want to be doing, both as an employee or as an employer. No one wants to have that conversation. But I can tell you in startup land, it's critical to have everyone being high-performing. It's not easy, right? So you really need people who are pushing as fast and as hard as they can. And those who are underperforming, you might not realize it in the moment, but the impact they'll be having on the team or on your solution and the problem is actually quite big. So it's really important to recognize that. Sometimes you don't have the luxury of letting people go. There are times where you just need people to do the work. And so there's no black and white there, but I would definitely say that's something you need to consider if you're going to build a team. It's not about just employing team members, but also letting people go. So in our industry, one of the things you're going to really hear about if you push into this industry is the term execution. execution as being one of the critical factors as to whether a startup is successful or whether they fail. Everyone kind of knows the statistics in startups, 90% plus of startups will fail. So you've got to be pretty crazy to go into the industry. But when you think about, okay, what is execution? No one can really tell you what execution is, and I think that's fair. It's quite difficult to exactly say, this is what execution means, do that, and you're going to be successful. Clearly not as easy as that. But the way I would say I think of execution is actually quite simply, I think of execution as a compass, right? So you're building a team, you might have 5 people, 10 people, or whatnot, trying to solve a problem. At any point in time, you should be able to go to anyone in the team and ask them, what are they doing? You know, how are they solving this problem? It's really important that everyone understands the mission. What is it? What are you trying to solve as a business? Doesn't matter whether it's CEO or the intern. You should understand what are you trying to solve. And I like the idea of the compass because it always points north. You know, you can't change it. Anyone can take a compass. It doesn't matter how experienced you are or not. It will always point north, and that's really important because if you have a team coming in every day, and you're coming in every day, and you're not doing things that day that are pointing towards the north, pointing towards your mission statement, then you're wasting time, basically. You can't expect to get to that point that you're planning for if everyone's not working in that same collective direction. So that's the way I think about it. I think compass is quite a simple way to think about it, and I think it helps you achieve, at least gives you a greater chance of achieving your goal. So having, I guess, seen a lot of founders pitching for funding across my experience so far, one of the biggest red flags I've found, and maybe less so in your cases because I guess it's quite a technologically advanced kind of hackathon you're looking at, but I spoke to a lot of CEOs before and they know nothing about their tech. You know, I would ask them, okay, so, you know, what's your stack look like, or why did you choose this technology over another? And one of the worst answers you can give is, my CTO decides that. That's what my CTO does. I think if you're building a technology company and you don't know those questions, immediate red flag. It's basically, for me, it's almost like you're untouchable. You're not investable. You don't even understand how you're building something or why you're building that way. I think that's, for me, I think it's almost uninvestable. It's not to say that you can't be successful without understanding tech. That's not what I'm saying. You know, you don't need to be a developer or anything, but if you don't at least have some product knowledge around the platform you're building, I think that's a big no-no. So definitely, as much as possible, try to learn as much about the technology you're using. That also helps you make the right decisions when, let's say, your CTO does present a decision to make around technology. At least you have some background and you can help make the right decision. Last point, but probably one of the most important things I would say is always be selling. So I guess this typically comes from the always be closing kind of mentality from the sales industry, but it's really important because in startup world, you never know where your next opportunity is going to come from. You don't know whether you're talking to a potential investor, a potential team member, a potential partner or customer. You don't know. So it's really important to be always pitching your opportunity in the best light possible, you know, explaining how big your opportunity is and why your team is the team that's going to be doing it, or why the way you're doing it is the one that's going to be successful versus all the 1,000 other startups doing exactly the same thing as you. There's been many scenarios where I've been talking to someone and, you know, they've come and said, I actually know someone who might want to be a customer, or I might know someone who's looking for an opportunity and they'd love to be able to join this team and work on this opportunity with you. So I think it's really important that always present your opportunity in the best light. You never know where your next opportunity is going to come from. So that's it from me. Hopefully that's been helpful. You know, short and sweet for you, I think. But I hope you all enjoy the rest of Hackathon. Yeah, if you want to chat about entrepreneurship, I'll be around as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now we start our session on the panels. So there are 3 panels. We will start actually with the youth panel. showcasing the perspectives of the youth on decentralized technology. So just to briefly introduce our panelists. Okay. So we have Mr. Kang Chun Kiat, who is the developer and former member of blockchain at NTU. Mr. Jordan Seat, current summer analyst at JP Morgan and technology director at SMU Blockchain Pod. Mr. Amos Lim, president of the SIM Blockchain Pod, and Mr. Bernard Xu, developer and former member at blockchain at NTU. This panel will be moderated by Bill, the director of administration and Institute of Blockchain Limited.
Hello, alright. Good afternoon everyone and a warm welcome. Thank you for joining this panel and for this great discussion we're about to have. And also despite it's a busy Sunday, I hope you guys still have the energy, push through with your hackathon event all the way. So from the looks of it, there's quite a big diverse group here, students, undergraduates, graduates, people wishing they would have gone to university. And also we have professional workers and parents with children wishing and hoping that they get into university. I hope that this is something that will be insightful, and we also have a very interesting panel here also. So my name is Bill Chan. I'm the Director of Administration for Institute of Blockchain that promotes blockchain education in Asia, and I'll be serving as a moderator for today. I know why we are all here today. We are here to meet the Avengers. If you are, you're in the right room. If not, you're still in the right room. Okay? Today we have an exclusive panel comprising of young and incredible individuals making their name in the blockchain field. Without further ado, let's start this discussion. Okay. The theme for this panel is Youth Perspective on Decentralized Technology. Blockchain technology is an emerging technology that embraces decentralization. And yet, what is decentralization? Panel, this is the opening question. In the digital age, our daily life and habits are accustomed to a centralized systemic world, from making a deposit at a bank machine to booking a movie ticket to catch Disney Aladdin. What does it mean to live in a decentralized technology world? And what does it mean for our future? Let's start maybe on my left, Mr. Bernard.
For now, we can use conventional like PayLah or other payment methods, which is more widely adopted in the public space. For blockchain, we will have to wait for maybe another few years or in the future. So, yeah.
Hello. Okay, so I think that when people talk about decentralization, we don't really look at the front end, we look at the back end, right? We look at how processes are being done. So decentralization, I think we are referring to peer-to-peer payments for many aspects of peer-to-peer movements of information, which means that if from the first person to the last person, it should be just a direct connection. You should not go through any middleman, you should not go through any intermediary, just from one end to another to the intended target without going through any third party. So I think that is what decentralization in this aspect is about.
Hello. Yeah. So for me, I feel that decentralization, like what I mentioned earlier, is all about trying to reduce intermediaries, trying to reduce overhead, trying to make a lot of current existing technology much more efficient. And so it also increases accountability and transparency as well when you think about the features and what blockchain does to the system. So I think for the future, we can expect to see more efficient processes, more transparent, and more accountability. Yeah, as a whole.
So I believe everyone said what I wanted to say, but so I'll try to explain my definition of blockchain. So for me, blockchain, I would say it's more like they mentioned, we remove the middleman and we create more efficient kind of technology. So example, things like we probably next time in the future, if let's say we were to buy something that is expensive, we can actually know, can track like where does it come from, and we don't have to be worried that whether this product is real or fake, which I believe that blockchain in general is very good in terms of supply chain. So I believe in the next 10 to 20 years, even banks or even big companies, they are trying to implement blockchain. But having said that, it's still currently still at the initial stage of the phase. So we still have to, of course, we still have to learn what exactly it's about and whether is there a future for it. But why not just learn it now, and in the future at least we are equipped with all this knowledge. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will have another question for you, Mr. Amos. You have graduated for SIM last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have made significant contribution to your school by helping to set up the SIM Blockchain Club.
Yeah.
And over the years, you developed a strong interest in the blockchain field. You recognize it as a hobby. Why not learn to play the guitar?
Actually, I got a thought of learning guitar as well. Personally, to be honest, I like to learn new things and stuff like that. But I believe that probably blockchain I put more priority as of now. Reason being is because, like, I'm sure every one of you, when we first heard blockchain, right, we think of Bitcoin and Ethereum. So that's where I started as well, like many of you. I started during like 2017, 2016, and of course, like those beginners, when we just jump into it, hey, wow, every day the price going up, we're like very happy about it. That's how my initial contact with blockchain. And then after that, I realized, hey, I asked myself, what exactly is blockchain? Why am I buying these things I don't even know what it is? So I went to do research, went to do whether is there a future on it, fundamentals, because a lot of people read of Warren Buffett, what fundamentals is very important when you invest, so things like that. I started to learn more about is there a demand for blockchain or things like that. Then I realized what we learn now is actually the Bitcoin, Ethereum are actually what I call public blockchain. So they're actually another thing called private blockchain as well. So I went to do more research on it. While doing research, I went for meetup sessions to meet with a lot of people and playing my fool, but hanging around, make a lot of new friends. Then after that, when I talk to different kind of people, I start to gain a lot of knowledge from their experience. Then I realized, actually there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of knowledge to learn from all these people. So I was thinking, why not I create a club in the school and bridge the gap between the outside world and the school, so that at least the students in SIM are able to actually understand a bit of what is blockchain. So at least I know I've done my part in this school, and I believe that giving back and learning through the process is, I would say, a lifelong journey. So I believe that having a growth mindset is very important. So whether or not blockchain will be a thing in the future, doesn't matter. As long as we are learning every day, I believe we are able to adapt to situations. That's my take for it. Thank you.
That's why we are here, Lifelong Learning Institute. Always keep learning. That's the way. I like it. Alright, the next person I want to ask is Chun Kiat from NUS. Last year, you worked for Atlantis Lab as a blockchain research intern. During your tenure, you co-written a white paper project which raised $50K from EOS VC. Very impressive. Why did the company trust you with such a high-level project? In addition, do you feel that you, like yourself, are outleague against seasoned professionals in the blockchain space?
Okay, so maybe I'll answer the first question. So I was looking at a startup, Atlantis Lab. So as mentioned by the speaker, Jonathan, earlier, in startups, everyone has to hustle. There's no clear divide between an intern and a full-time employee. So I got to play my part, co-writing white papers, trying to do a lot of research, come up with ideas, designing actually a crypto exchange on the EOS platform. And so I think that in a startup, you are given a lot of responsibilities if you're able to meet all the deadlines, and if you're competent, you show enough responsibility and discipline. And all these actually traits, not just for startups, but even working outside as well. And so for your next question, talking about how, whether I would,
do you feel that you feel this pressure, that you are competing, or you are trying your best to keep up with seasoned professionals in the blockchain space?
Okay, so I would approach this question as whether I am too inexperienced to deal with blockchain. Then my answer would be, if you've heard of Ethereum, Buterin actually started Ethereum at 19 or 20 years old, so I don't think that age is supposed to be a very huge factor. We shouldn't think of age in terms of years, but maybe the number of hours we use to practice something, to do whether to code or to understand blockchain. So I don't feel any pressure against seasoned professionals.
That's very good, okay. Always tell yourself that you can do it. You can do it. Next person. Bernard Chu. You have been involved in the hackathon since before, from volunteering at Ethereum Singapore Hackathon, organized by Ethereum Global, to actually registering as a participant and forming a team at Binance SAFU Hackathon. With that said, do you feel that you need prior technical knowledge, like a computing engineering degree, to join a blockchain hackathon?
Thank you for the question. I feel that if you're interested in joining a hackathon, you can join a hackathon and make friends, maybe do research on that day, chat, ideation, make friends, and walk around, and then see which idea you guys can merge and maybe you guys can form a team. It's very interesting to hear different ideas and then mingle around and enjoy free food and maybe look out for job opportunities, because I think as an undergrad we should expose ourselves and explore more and see how what's the real world like out there. Thank you.
Okay, and we know who is next. Mr. Jordan Sid. You have a long life history in the blockchain space. Blockchain engineer at BMW Group Asia, blockchain teaching assistant at SMU, blockchain researcher at Jupiter Chain, and founding member of SMU Blockchain Club. Who knows? Your next job might be blockchain Iron Man, saving the universe from Thanos with blockchain. Blockchain is not the only buzzword going around. There's cloud computing, IoT, AI. These are all buzzwords too. Thinking about it, blockchain doesn't sound so special or unique skill to know. Is there a need to educate youth about blockchain?
Well, I mean, considering the use are living, but yeah, well, I think it's not just about educating the youth about blockchain, but generally educating everyone about what exactly a blockchain is and stuff. Because even today, there's so much misconception in so many companies about what a blockchain is, about the difference between from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Hyperledger to Corda. So many different kinds of stuff, and people still don't understand fully what blockchain is. How is it even different from a centralized database, for example, like your CouchDB, your SQL. So in order to use a blockchain effectively, and I think many of us here, right, we are interested about this, what is this blockchain? How do we use it effectively? So if we want to use it effectively, we have to understand what it is first. Of course, if you are the one that you want to invest in certain cryptocurrencies, then you may not need to know about the underlying technology. But if you're here to understand how it can actually improve workflows and or rather provide some sort of benefits to your company or your work processes, then yeah, it is good to understand what blockchain is. It is the very same conundrum that in people like in the machine learning AI space have to know. What is AI? Some people say it's just a bunch of if-else statements. Some people say that general AI will rule the world. But what exactly is AI? And because of this, nobody knows except the people who know, right? I mean, except for the experts who already have been doing AI research and development for a while. These are the people who know what AI is. These are people who know what regularization is, what are tensors. But then you have the people who, my chatbot runs on AI, but actually it's just keyword matching. And then most of the people don't really know what AI is, the same way most of the people don't know what blockchain is. Is there a need for us to educate people on exactly what this blockchain is? It is a need if you need to know. If you don't care or you don't need to know, then I would say there's no need to educate anyone. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to open up to the floor, if anybody had any burning question to ask for the panelists. Maybe you can take maybe 1 to 4 questions from the audience. Anybody? Don't be shy, These are young kids, don't worry. They are all younger than you, so they listen to you. Yes.
difficulties that you guys face in terms of learning this technology?
So difficulties when learning blockchain, I think that blockchain first and foremost, right, is a very cross-disciplinary subject. We don't learn blockchain just as it is from a distributed database perspective, because it involves so much more. It involves cryptography, in terms of even not just our zero knowledge proof, but even when implementing consensus, how do we ensure that it is secure? And then we have the entire game theory aspect whenever we want to implement a proper consensus algorithm that is Byzantine fault tolerant. And of course, we have all these terms that, what the hell is Byzantine fault tolerance, right? You will go online and you will see a lot of Medium articles, a lot of articles online purporting that, this is what blockchain is, when actually sometimes they are misinformation. In fact, there's so much misinformation out there, right, that how do we know whether what we are learning is correct? That is one big challenge when learning blockchain. So, ironically, right, when learning about decentralized subject, we go to centralized sources. We go to trusted sources, such as perhaps Stack Overflow, perhaps Consensus Academy. We go to all these centralized places of information because we have trust in what they teach, and we generate more trust than just a random person writing on Medium what blockchain is. But then again, not everyone knows how to Google for this information. And sometimes when you look for this information online, they don't give you the full story. So how do you learn blockchain in its entirety? That is the other challenge is time and technical knowledge. If you want to learn blockchain from a very superficial level, then of course, reading various articles or even attending talks such as this, it will give you a rough understanding of what blockchain is. But the more technical you want to go, the less information becomes available online. And that is another challenge when trying to learn about blockchain.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just add on a bit. So although we hope that there are non-technical individuals can try to understand blockchain, but ultimately I think there's still a need to understand computing to understand blockchain better, because there's hashing, there's databases. You definitely need to write some code if you want to run your own blockchain. And so I think ultimately you do still have to understand basic level of coding in order to understand blockchain and to fully appreciate some of its features as well. So to any of you out there that really want to learn more about blockchain, I think you should really pick up coding first, be it Python, be it C, get a few of it, then you go into blockchain. Yeah, that's for me.
Anybody else want to add on to the question? Okay. The sir over there. Yes, can someone please pass him a mic?
I see a lot of startup using blockchain for the sake of using it. So do you see any particular use case, and you see a few startups that is really using blockchain in the right way to solve a real problem? That means that there's at least one or two or three solving the same problem. But I see so many startups that try to just squeeze blockchain into a problem that is not necessary to use blockchain to solve.
That's a very good question. Okay.
Okay, so it's me again. All right. With respect to your response to your question, actually, I'm going to tap on my experience working as a blockchain engineer at BMW. So you guys know what BMW is, right? The car. So when we dealt with startups, right, it wasn't really to so-called outsource a service for them to implement for us. Because as you said, a lot of them are just implementing blockchain for the sake of it. My question is then, how would a startup generate value by implementing blockchain? Because generally, right, when you want to implement a blockchain, we're talking about hosting different nodes. Is the startup going to host these different nodes for you in a centralized or decentralized manner? Because you can hold multiple nodes, but it all belongs to the startup. It doesn't make sense. So many times what we see startups actually add value to the table, right, is that when they help us set up blockchain infrastructure, when we are looking at, for example, I know that I'm going to implement this, and I have my partners all around the globe already. Now, I need someone to help me create the nodes, and then give access to these people, And also how we create the consensus algorithm, the smart contract layer, everything. That is where certain startups come in to add value. We have R3, we have consensus coming in to add value in this aspect. There are other startups who also do that in the public blockchain space, like VeChain, for example. Not endorsing, I'm just saying that it's a partner that BMW is using. On another end, when you look at the various startups out there who are trying to say, hey, we have this service that is particularly geared towards gaming, maybe a gaming blockchain, for example, or maybe we can do this, I don't know, music blockchain or whatsoever. The question is, we first have to understand, how are they implementing it? Does it make sense for them to implement in such a manner? If it makes sense for them to implement in such a manner and there's synergy with what your business is looking for, then you have to understand the cost. How much is it going to cost for you to implement such a system? Does it make sense? Is the premium worth it? Or in fact, does the cost savings brought about by implementing their solution on your end make it worthwhile? So there's a lot of things that go on when you're looking at startups. And there are several startups, honestly, right? Even in, not just in Singapore, but overseas, right? That provide a wide range of services. They have the consultancy services, and then they have the actual implementation. Recently, I've seen this startup, I think called ChainStack or something, is it? Or BlockStack, something like that, where they, you say, you pay them and they help you set up a blockchain of your choice. It can be Quorum, it can be Fabric, whatsoever. These are kind of startups also, but generally they seem to be lying on the setting up infrastructure side. As for a service provider, do you know that Crimson Logic, do you guys know what's Crimson Logic? Crimson Logic actually implemented blockchain for PSA as well. Are they a startup are they a blockchain startup? Not necessarily. In fact, there are many other kinds of these ST Electronics and stuff, they are not startup really, but there are many kinds of companies that are able to implement their own blockchain solution, and yet they are not traditionally called a blockchain startups. So it really boils down at the end of the day, what are you looking at, what do you need, and does it make sense? Yeah, because I can't speak for all the blockchain startups that they're offering so many different services. So I hope I talk a lot. I hope they have something else to add on.
So I'll share with you like our homegrown two startup from NUS. One is Carbon Network and one is Silica. I'm not sharing them or asking you to buy out their crypto. But I really think that there are a real use case, for example, the Carbon Network. They provide liquidity, for example. You want to access to this network, so you go onto the exchange and then swap. And then you have the other network's token, and then you are able to use the service on the other network. And for example, Zilliqa is another blockchain infrastructure that aims to provide higher throughput. If I'm not wrong, the definition of startup is less than 3 years old. I think these two companies are less than 3 years old, so I think can categorize as them as startups. So yeah, maybe their presence is not in a public, but in the crypto space, they provide some freedom and release service to the users. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
For me, right, I feel that maybe, like I mentioned earlier, like supply chain can be used as one of the use cases for blockchain, as well as maybe probably like medical. So today, let's say today I was to attend a hospital at other country. If we are sharing the blockchain, right, at least we know the data from the patients, what exactly kind of symptoms or what kind of allergies they have before we even treat the patient, which I believe is a very good way. Because by the time, let's say we use a centralized kind of database, then the doctors in China probably won't know what kind of illness I have when I'm like sick or what. So if let's say there's this decentralized kind of technology, right, at least the data are shared and people can actually connect in a better way. And as your question is there a lot of people using blockchain as a way to do their startups, and is there too many? My answer is yes, like in general. So I would say this kind of technology is something like a hype, I believe, because when I really do my research when I was investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, I realized that there's a lot of, I'm not trying to say anything, but there's a lot of shit companies they just create the blockchain for the sake of blockchain just so that people can just put in their money. And I believe also that it's like, you know, like at the start, the dot-com bubble, something like that. Like a lot of people, once you use the word internet, people were, I'll put it on my mind, things like that. So now, right now at blockchain phase, I would say is currently at the adoption phase. So once after the adoption phase, when people really see use case, when blockchain can really help to improve people's life, then we can see like at least there's some advantages to use blockchain. But as of now, I would say it's still a speculation, and we have to do our own kind of diligence to go and research and find out whether is there a need for it. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you panelists for your interesting insight about the topic about youth perspective on decentralized technology. You know? So can we give a round of applause to the panelists?
Thank you, guys. For the second panel, we'll be addressing the future of blockchain and how to move beyond the proof of concept. This explores how government, corporations, and startups can work together to create a collaborative relationship on blockchain. So to start off the discussion, we have our panelist Anna Wong, who is the Regional Manager of China for Origin Protocol, Mr. Kevin Huang, Co-Chair Blockchain Chapter of Singapore Tech, Dr. Marian Podmajewski, Advisor in Blockchain Engineering at Decent, Mr. Stephen Cole, Deputy Director at Government Digital Services, GovTech, and the moderator, Daniel.
Hi everyone, I'm going to set a timer for myself first. So I actually had in sequence, in terms of the flow, they're not exactly sitting in sequence, but I'll follow my sequence. The first person I want to talk to, the way that I'm going to run this panel is quite specific on the individual as opposed to just their company. The first person I want to talk to about is with Anna's Origin Protocol. So she's the Regional Director, Business Development, Public Relations, Investor Relations perspective across China and Asia. So Anna, you travel a lot across Asia, Silicon Valley, and what do you actually, when you meet a lot of investors in locations as well, what do you tell them about all this traveling that you're doing and the first class tickets that you're and what is Origin Protocol? What is this decentralized marketplace?
So first off, there is no first class tickets. I fly budget all the time. We're a startup and we're very lean. But in terms of Origin, what we're doing, basically we envision a future where buyers and sellers all around the world can come together and transact without any intermediaries, and therefore potentially saving a lot of money in the process. And our protocol itself allows anyone, so all of you here on the panel or in the audience, we allow you to view a decentralized marketplace on the blockchain really easily, just like that in a few minutes. So I'm sure we can go into detail later.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you helped us a lot over the last 2 days in buying coffee. Not buying coffee physically, but through the app. So all of us had a chance to experience purchasing or payment protocol through her app, Origin. And do you think that actually helps? Is there do you think that use case of a decentralized marketplace through your app was something that would give a lot of benefits to the community? It's definitely interesting to see this P2P transfer. What do you think that is the biggest benefit that a decentralized marketplace like this actually gives?
Got it. So let's look at what a centralized marketplace is first. I'm sure all of you are aware, and if you use platforms like Airbnb or eBay or any of these massive marketplaces today, if I want to sell something to Kevin here, I can't actually sell it to Kevin. I'm giving my apartment to Airbnb, and the Airbnb reaches out to Kevin. And so Airbnb takes a huge cut of the transaction fees in the middle. And therefore, the benefits of Origin, I mean, there are a lot of benefits to decentralized marketplaces, and in the interest of time, I think we can talk about maybe 2 or 3. So at Origin, we like to look at them in 2 different categories, one being providing financial incentives, and the other being just providing increased access to goods and services. And under financial incentives, I think the most tangible reason that's the most relevant to all of you here
is really just that we want to, and we're trying to lower transaction fees or potentially reduce them completely. And if you look at marketplaces today, across all of them, the transaction fees are averaging about up to 30% and sometimes 40% in really extreme cases. If you just look at Airbnb, they charge hosts 3%, guests 20%, an additional 20% on hosts who want to provide experiences. So that is really a massive chunk of fees that they're taking, and you haven't even really rented your apartment out yet, right? So to us, it's really unfair. And on Origin, we actually don't charge any transaction fees at the moment. So this puts money back into the hands of buyers and sellers. Sellers, they get to keep more, and buyers, they get to pay less. So that is the most tangible financial benefit. And on the other side, we want to provide increased access to goods and services. And again, there are quite a few benefits here, but the one that I feel the most strongly about personally is that we actually have this opportunity now to serve the unbanked. And I'm sure a lot of you are aware that globally there's almost 2 billion unbanked who have no access to credit cards, no access to bank accounts, and so they can't participate in all of these online marketplaces that you and I take for granted today. But what they do have access to are really cryptocurrencies. They have cheap Android phones, maybe not the fancy ones, but they've got cheap Android phones. And what we can see is hundreds and thousands of these vertical specific marketplaces springing up across developing markets around the world on Origin. And what we're also super excited about, I guess it's, like for example, what Samsung is doing with their S10, shipping a smartphone with an Ethereum wallet into it. And so with increased integration of crypto wallets into smartphones, it can really provide an opportunity for these unbanked users to just leapfrog the traditional financial system and gain access to the future blockchain-powered marketplaces. So marketplaces like Origin.
That sounds, I really like the vertical marketplaces and plus zero transaction fees. I'd like to move on to Dr. Marianne. I have to read from the phone from the image because your achievements are just too long for me to write on a piece of paper. So you have, during your PhD, you conducted research of self-tuning solver and new computational methods for model-based dynamic optimization of real-time processors. And you've done all kinds of stuff from mining setups as a process control, and you're also an advisor, founding research, tons of things. You have done it. You have won the game of blockchain. So what keeps you going on? And I know you have always been. I mean, you have been in Decent, you are in the company Decent and it's one of the pioneer even before the ICO craze, right? So what kept you going amongst? I mean, you've already done so much. What kept you going, and what are some of these use cases that carry on to keep you going?
Okay, so I think most appealing for me as a researcher is adoption to market, to the various industries. It's quite a challenge because blockchain is a certain technology and we need to adjust programming skills and everything what been told in previous panel that needs a lot of education and promotion in order to build the application, not only or decentralized application, that's different kind of programming. So I think this is like most appealing stuff, keep me going, the novelties inside, cybersecurity and security stuff, what brings it along. And I think like the application is very similar to what Anna told, that I think mobile first countries, like they might be a very good target because, for example, now in India there is a 10-year sentence for selling crypto. I think even though, or some kind of big regulators, like for example now in US they can't buy altcoins. I think those are the challenges, real world challenges that we can solve somehow with the blockchain technology. So this is definitely one thing that keep me going. And to the second part of the question, what can be built? Like I think also follow up on you, Anna. We started with the marketplace as well for media or content distribution or delivery. So it's like splitting the shares and for an independent artist to make an independent platform, and also the cutting the cost, because the cost of distribution platforms like Spotify or Google Play or this kind of stuff, it's very, very high. Those are very high. So I think for independent artists, there is no place to publish their music, so this might be one thing, and also it applies to the gaming industry, for example, or merchandise as well, for even for musicians, you know, the kind of a Spotify concept, it's doable as well.
Gaming, music, something. Which one do you like the most?
Music, definitely.
Okay, I'll jump over to Stephen. You are the director of in GovTech for GDS, and it's GovTech. So, are you able to keep up with the hundreds of resumes that you get every day for blockchain engineers? And what is GDS? And what is the goal and the key objective of what you're trying to achieve?
Okay, quite a few questions. First and foremost, GDS is Government Digital Services. So we were set up about 5 years ago. So I've joined GovTech or IDA before GovTech. 5.5 years, coming 6 years ago. I've been in the private industry in tech space for more than a decade. Before I joined government, so this is my first government gig. So far so good. Lasted beyond what I expected at first. So because in GDS, we are, a lot of people call us more ungovernment part of the government, right? So we operate like a startup. So I was employee number 10. Now we have grown to 300 plus. We have software engineers, designers, quality engineers, DevOps engineers, all housed at One North. So we've been to One North, Sandcrawler building. So that's where we are. About 3 floors there. I'm the organizer of Agile Singapore, so we have regular meetups there. We also have some organizer of various meetups like quality engineers and even the UX and IXD and stuff like that there. So long story short, unlike a lot of common myth or common perception of government officers that we are not bureaucrats in GovTech, at least not for the 300 plus specialists in One North. So we are builders, right? Things we have built so far, you probably have heard of like Parking.sg, MyResponder, it's helped save life with SCDF, Business Grants Portal, so SMEs go there to apply for grants that cuts across more than 10 government agencies supporting the ITM, Industry Transformation Map, and Productivity Solution Grant. Recently, a month ago, we launched OpenCerts together with MOE, so that's a little bit about my team, to digitize educational cert based on public Ethereum. And Moment of Life for young families, Parent Gateway for with parents with kids communicate with teachers, so on and so forth. So long story short, we build things not just for sake of building things, technology for technology's sake, but rather how can we use technology to improve the lives of our citizens in Singapore? How do we keep Singapore relevant in today's globalized and technology-driven economy? Because technology moves really, really fast these days, and it has huge implication on a lot of things, be it in the social aspect, how we communicate, Facebook, Google, and such, economy, digital economy, and what have you. So this is the reason why we were being set up 5 years ago to really, dive deep into tech and understand what are the implications it has in terms of digital government as well. Not to watch it from the sideshow, right? Which a lot of countries have been doing it for the past few years until you see the rise of tech giants like Facebook, Google, and what have you. So a lot of times these tech companies, they started off as delivering public goods. So if you look at Google, in the past, before Google, you have yellow pages, right? Where you search for things. So what they provide is a public goods, and from there they try to monetize. Same for Facebook and Google and what have you. So this is the reason why we exist and why we build the things we do.
Fantastic. I'm happy that you said that you're focusing on building because we're all wearing a t-shirt which says build. It's a joke, not very funny. But we were excited that you are here because we primarily saw that GovTech is hiring. So how do I get in if I want a second job? And what are you hiring? What are you looking for?
Okay. So yes, we are hiring pretty aggressively, and unfortunately, we don't have 100 blockchain developers resume because it's very new, right? And of course, there are not that many blockchain engineers in the Singapore market. So we hire all kinds of people from different industry. So not just engineers. Of course, engineers is actually core part of the stuff we have at One North. We also have a UX designer, focus more on visual design, interaction design, content design as well. Quality engineers, DevOps engineers, and people who are more on the Kubernetes and infrastructure as well. So if you're interested, can just send me a resume, reach me on LinkedIn. Alright, even better if you have a GitHub account, code base there. Typically, we prefer engineers with real working code that we can actually look at from GitHub. Most of our engineers, we code in open. So if you're, like I said, open certs is actually 100% code in the open, is on GitHub. Because we believe that a lot of things that we do is for public goods, and therefore it makes sense to be based on open standard and open source, so that everyone can use. Yeah, really. I mean, if you, by the way, my email address is Steven_Koh, K-O-H, @tech.gov.sg. So you can just send me a resume, I'll take a look. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll move on to Mr. Kevin. So Kevin is a blockchain co-chair in SG Tech. He's also in the Token Economics Association. Quite a lot of things going on in the association's world in Singapore. Are you able to solve Steven's problem in his talent shortage? I mean, what is your take on all these associations that's happening?
Sure.
What do they all do? And what are you doing?
So answering the first question, right, some of the key chapters that this association in particular, I think for a start, Token Economy Association has really started a blockchain program where it's actually just recently got the PGP approved, which means that there is substantial subsidies from the government, as well as like subsidies for government for the companies who actually hire engineers or students who are actually on this program itself. So that's just the first step. Increasingly, there will be much more causes that are not just recognized by the government, but potentially recognized by other overseas universities that's going to be spun out of Token Economy Association. So the next step will just to briefly kind of like passing description of what the association does. So the first one is Token Economy Association, where I'm actually one of the co-founder of this association, which is actually one of two of the three associations in Singapore related to financial services that's actually endorsed and supported by MAS. So for Token Economy Association, we look into, it is a self-regulatory organization that looks into establishing sets of guidelines for token issuers, right, be it both ICOs or STOs, into what constitute a proper project, right? So it's a kind of like establishing a set of like ISO kind of standards that this set of standards will eventually be accepted by MAS as the norm before it actually become regulations in the future. So that's something that we are actually doing in the background. Secondly, we are also helping crypto companies and exchanges to actually get bank accounts with all the banks. I think those are in this business who understand that it's almost impossible to get a bank account the moment you declare that you're related to either cryptocurrency or blockchain. So most of them just say you can't have a bank account. So what we are doing together in Access is to come up with a set of guidelines for anti-money laundering, as well as like things like anti-terrorism, so that the banks satisfactorily understand that you have a need for a bank account, and you follow this guideline, they will provide you a bank account. So that's something that's in the pipeline, and that's something we're doing. For the other association I'm involved in is the Digital Exchange Association. So in a very similar concept, it actually creates a set of self-regulatory guidelines for exchanges. As you can see right now, I mean, if you don't have the information, there's probably around 88 to 100 exchanges in Singapore, but out of those, probably only 35 to 40 are actually doing something. The rest are either doing something or not doing anything at all, just register a name, right? But what constitutes a good exchange, right? For instance, are they secure, sufficiently secure? As in, like, you know, they have preventive measures for hacking and things like that. As you can see for the news, lots of hacking has done, done a lot of harm to multiple exchanges around the world, that kind of thing. So before we actually start to look into issuing of licenses for exchanges from MAS, obviously exchanges need to be up to the standard, right? So what kind of self-regulatory standards we put in, what kind of like guidelines they need to follow, code of ethics and things like that. So that's what this particular association does in conjunction with Access and in a way working together with TA as well. So which is why Access, TA as well as DX, which is the Digital Exchange Association, are the only 3 associations that are actually endorsed by MAS in Singapore. Last but not least, away from the financial services, because as you can see the first 2 are related to financial services for both cryptocurrency and blockchain, which is why MAS is actually the one endorsing it. So moving away from that is that there is a new chapter called Blockchain Chapter with SGTech. SGTech is not a new organization. It has taken on a very, it came from a very old name called the Singapore IT Federation, right? It has changed to SGTech. So it actually looks into driving the use of IT and technology among companies in Singapore. And now, there are multiple chapters, right? They have the cloud computing chapters, they have the data center chapters, cybersecurity chapters, and now the new one formed is actually the blockchain chapter. Now, I'm the co-chairman together with IBM. So in this particular chapter, you have all your big boys like Google, Facebook, Alibaba, Microsoft, etc., etc., as well as like smaller companies that actually deals in blockchain, right? They actually go into technology. Now, the charter of this particular organization is not so much on cryptocurrency or things like that. I think that's been taken care of by the financial sector, but much more of actually encouraging and driving the adoption of blockchain as a technology, not about using tokens to raise funds and all that, but as a technology across multiple industries in Singapore, starting the IT industry, all the way looking into retail, manufacturing, F&B, healthcare and things like that. So that's the charter of this chapter, and which is why we are recruiting companies and members, as members for this chapter. And last but not least, of course, education to these obviously, not just individuals. I think there are various associations as well as entities that does education right now, public education, but insufficient, I would say, effort has been done on the industrial level, right, as to explaining how does, not just SME, but even enterprises, how does actually blockchain help with regards to their day-to-day running of the business. Do they even need blockchain, as someone mentioned, right? Because a lot of people are trying to use blockchain when there isn't such a need, right? So do we actually need it as well? Because if they do not understand what it is, then obviously people rush into it without knowing what it can do for them or what it cannot do for them. So that's, I think, what this chapter is trying to do.
Sounds cool. Can the public help? And if they want to help, how do we help? How do we sign up?
Okay, so going forward, first and foremost, I would say the key thing is to actually go towards companies, be it SMEs, enterprises, and all that. But I think on the flip side of things, there will be also education programs for the public in terms of individuals, as well as working closely with the institutions of higher learnings, the universities and polytechnics to bring this across. Because not so much about empowering the individuals in the sense that, okay, you know about it, you attend the course, you go home, you sleep about it, next week you talk about it, but it doesn't help you professionally, right? Same thing for students and all that. So what we intend to do is to, once we have the industry understanding what this technology can bring for them, we intend to create a talent pool. Now this can be done in tandem with what the financial services are doing for blockchain, as mentioned with the other associations. So, but potentially we can actually do that, and then we do the matching, right? So obviously with the skilled talent pool, we can match with the enterprises that can start deploying the technology.
So we all keep a lookout for something cool in SGTech.
It will be coming out. I mean, a set of series of workshops, a series of like programs and certificates, and potentially degree courses and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we open up to the floor for any. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Should I? Okay, you have mic.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Neeraj. I've got a question for all four. So, very curious
Has to be
to
a short
ask.
question. Has to be a short question.
A short question? Sure. Dr. Marian and Anna, I'm so curious to understand how you're going to generate revenue with these zero transaction fees on artists, on various services. And for the other two, I'm so happy to hear about all the things that you're doing in Singapore on blockchain, but what really, in your opinion, is going to drive mass adoption? Those are the two questions.
So zero fees, how do you survive, and mass adoption, so how are we going to get there? Your opinion on how we're going to get there?
Okay, so I will start. I think centralized market doesn't mean that you have to use some kind of token, utility token, or might be combination. Okay, so utility token might be like loyalty points, but still the purchase could be executed through the stable coin, for example. It's better to, I don't know, bank account or some other payment processor. It is just that the infrastructure and everything is governed or overlooked by community. So this is like one point of view. I think there's still business model behind it because blockchain infrastructure already up. So we just use it in our advantage, and the rest of the decentralized application, there are several approaches how to cut the costs. So
maybe Anna would share how some of that cost can be cut.
Sure, so I completely agree, Marion, and this is a question I get a lot. For those of you who've attended my talks before, you would have heard the same question, and how we see it is, you know, for example, Linux or open source, and that doesn't mean you can make money, because you can make money from the ecosystem that's built up around it. So we can provide consultancy services down the road for people who are using our protocol. We can provide arbitration services to people who run into issues on our platform. So that's kind of our long-term thinking for Origin. But at the same time, because we are just a protocol, some of our partners who use us, they do charge extremely low fees, so not zero, perhaps 3 or 5%, just so they're still covering their costs and making maybe a little bit of money. But because they get to save so much, these fees are still way lower than traditional centralized marketplaces. So that's my...
Sounds cool. So the second question, I'll do the second question first in case it... So GovTech, maybe not GovTech, maybe it's the work that you're doing at Jao. What is your approach for awareness of blockchain?
I think there's already a lot of awareness of blockchain, otherwise there wouldn't be so much hype with using blockchain for the wrong reason. Right? I think there's too much awareness of blockchain. Right? So normally, I always believe that, you know, if the technology is ready and it's a good use of technology to solve a particular problem, there's no need to sell that technology. Or the technology should be so seamless that it just works by magic. For example, when we develop open certs to replace educational certificate, right? I mean paper certificate, and digitize it. The intent is not to sell it as frame it as a blockchain product. Even though it's powered by public Ethereum, it works just like it is, right? It's just like, I shouldn't be selling electricity. Maybe I should sell the use of it, like light bulb. So electricity should be a utility, just take it for granted. This is where I come from, about problem-led solution. Not so much of a solution, constantly looking for a problem to solve. But if you're talking about creating awareness of it in terms of the developer space, I think the best place to start would be from school, which I think the universities and colleges have been doing a great job, as evident from earlier discussion.
Cool. Kevin, how about yours? I can actually use my mic.
I think that's a very good question, and plus the fact that it's actually represented by both entities, like some representing the government as well as some representing the private industries and the private enterprises and all that. So I think I agree with Stephen that there isn't such a thing that's not enough information. I agree that there's too much information coming about blockchain out in the media right now. The only question is that these information they get are all uncurated. No one curates them as whether are they valid, are they accurate and things like that. And plus also the fact, do they lead anywhere? It doesn't, right? So the things that I think there is ongoing effort. I think again, agreeing with Stephen that the universities and the institutes of higher learning are doing a lot of effort to actually include this new technology, I mean the adoption of blockchain into the current curriculum that they have, I think eventually there will be specialized subjects, especially, I mean, or specialization in degrees for blockchain itself, but probably not now. So the thing is that it is a combined effort of both the government, in terms together with the Institute of Higher Learning, to kind of like drive this understanding of this technology, adoption of this technology across to the schools. It always starts from the schools towards industry. Now, what associations like mine is to actually drive the understanding and kind of like discount all the myths and misconceptions about blockchain, right? So till now, if you want to sleep, you mention the word blockchain, they'll tell you Bitcoin, which is not the case. Bitcoin is just a subset of blockchain. If you mention blockchain to someone else, they'll tell you, oh, cryptocurrency and buying the tokens and all that kind of. Again, it is not about that. Blockchain is a technology. You can use in many ways without even ever touching the financial portion of it. Now, this is what various associate industry that I'm involved with is trying to do, right? First, to educate all the various, from starting from the small enterprises, even up to the bigger enterprises, to tell them how it works. Now, this is the time when we actually get companies who have successfully implemented such solutions across industry, like for instance, the bigger boys like IBM, the big boys like Microsoft have done it, not just in Singapore, but worldwide. We kind of share use cases, right? Like for instance, how does it get implemented in the F&B industry? How does it get implemented in medical industry and things like that? Now, with that kind of use case, it kind of drives people thinking to say, okay, with that kind of use case, can you help my current business, right? And again, similarly, a lot of times, if you have to go through a problem-led thinking design, you realize that, hey, at the end of the day, it's just a change in the process, and I can actually do much better without using blockchain. But at times, blockchain does help you. So it's that kind of, I would say, discipline and rigor in terms of developing solutions for problems rather than just jumping straight into technology, right? So that's what we hope to achieve, right, with all the various companies.
So we don't have too much time, we need to close out soon, but I'll take maybe 2 questions in a row, and it's going to be the last one.
Yeah, one question about to Anna and Kevin about the velocity in crypto development and what you think about it, and that quick answer. And also because you were talking about, Kevin was talking about regulations for ICOs. Should, like a follow-up question, should ICOs be accountable if they, for example, raise 10 million and they, at the end of the day, 1-2 years further, there's no product. They can say, oh, we failed. In a normal startup, you could say, yeah, but you didn't do effort, so you go to court and you hold accountable. How do we do that in this space?
Sure. I think I'll just probably answer the second question first, right? So absolutely right, because I think when it first started in 2015, the ICO, that it was a Wild Wild West. It was a Wild Wild West in 2016. It was a bigger Wild Wild West in 2017, right? And then when people start to become more sober after the initial high from taking all these crypto drugs, I would call it, they start to wake up and realize that shit, a lot of projects actually just stopped and then didn't continue, right? And now we're nicely into 2019. As you actually look recently, all these projects are starting to come back. But people are no longer jumping straight into it right now. They are more prudent, right? So they're actually looking to what kind of project actually, what does it does. I mean, actually, if you look at the projects back in the good old days of 2016 and 2017, at least 70% of them have already failed. The other 30% are still trying to come up with things. They're only a small percentage, single digit, that's actually surviving and actually doing something good. Now, that is the sole reason why we actually form up this, from financial side of things, right? The Token Economy Association is to help the regulators, not just in Singapore, because we already have requests coming, regulators from Hong Kong, regulators from Europe, regulators from the rest of North Asia, to see what we are doing, right? The kind of guidelines we're developing. It's not just a couple of guys sitting around. It is an organization that consists of international lawyers from around the world, right, to look into regulations. We are working very closely with the regulators, in this case Singapore, regulator MAS. So the whole thing is that we do not want to over-regulate things, or we do not believe in over-regulating things because we kill off very nascent and very innovative projects. What we want to do is to actually enhance and kind of push forward for industrial self-regulatory, right? So the things that, if you have a kind of set of guidelines that people follow, you have a certain brand. For instance, if you are looking at ISO 27001, it is not a mandatory certification you have. In some countries, yes, but mostly not. But people are going towards that is to prove to yourself that, or rather prove to your customers or your investors that you are an company that actually have a certain standard with it. Now, in future, if let's say people at TA and the rest of the other associations or entities that actually does this kind of work have this kind of branding for their companies, then it makes you as an investor, do they have this mark of approval? If they not, then it's for something for you to consider further. So that's what we intend to do with what we do.
Cool. Yeah. So the first one was the philosophy, right? Blockchain. It's a
philosophy of the development.
Sure. We don't have the next group is to start soon, so I'll give each of you like 10 seconds to think about a one sentence of the philosophy of blockchain development, and I'll let
the velocity, because
velocity.
Yeah, why it's so slow.
The speed. Oh, sorry, I like philosophy. I like philosophy though. But again, you guys.
Projects don't they have no money, but they
Okay.
don't have any money.
So one sentence answer to that question. Each one of you gets 10 seconds to think now what you're gonna say.
Because the whole idea of using blockchain technology for decentralized trust, it's really very niche market. It's a very niche market. I think there's a lot of various attempts to do it in all kinds of industry, but I see the most use of it, the best use of it would be in terms of when an asset is information based. Not so much of physical goods, because when it comes to physical goods, supply chain and stuff like that, there's always a physical representation of the goods, and then you have an information representation of goods, and there's inherent, they're disjoint, all right, inherent disjoint. You can use IoT and stuff like that to work around, but that's a separate topic. So the most appropriate, I think, as of now, low-hanging fruit would be information-based. For example, money. The dollar note you see is a proxy representation of it. Actually, at the heart of currency is about information. Trust, certificates. The certificate you see is also a physical proxy of trust. It's actually about information, right? Just like you have Amazon, you have ratings and stuff like that. So information, those are native representation of things, of construct, is information-based. Those would be the more likely industry or application of blockchain, as far as I can see for now.
Cool, thanks. Anna, your turn. Give me one sentence or two sentences, please.
Okay, so I guess from an Origin Protocol point of view, we are probably the best, a good example of lots of funding. So privately raised 40 million USD, but slow velocity, which is what people are complaining about. But I think the issue is that it's a really new industry on the whole. And when a startup is depending on other startups for payment features, for arbitration features, it's really hard to go fast because problems happen. When our partners run into a tech issue, it affects us. And we need to help them figure out their problem so that we can solve our problem. And that's actually extremely tricky. So we're trying to fix that by maybe building our own solutions from scratch, like a decentralized messaging. We actually build it from scratch ourselves internally, but that of course slows us down even more. So that's a point of view from private sector.
It's difficult to answer the question properly. I don't have an oracle for it, but I think entrance of various industries into the field might improve the velocity, because everybody brought different problem definition and allows to solve it. As Anna said, you have to start from scratch sometimes, but as you have a lot of open source tools, you can build on top, and that's it.
Cool. Lastly, Mr. Kevin.
On the macro level, right, the thing is that velocity is always directly proportional to the amount of money being placed in the industry, right? So, I mean, I would like to highlight that too much emphasis has been placed into making money, lots of money, and mad gold rush, because of cryptocurrency, ICOs, and things like that. Now, is there enough attention created to actually evolve the technology for the sake of, betterment of the industry and betterment for humankind, whatever it is? No. Because most of the money is actually spent trying to make the next best project coming forward, to raise more money for the next best project and all that. So that's exactly why velocity started, because why people are going into, I mean, you can ask any blockchain developers out there, what is your altruistic intent of being a blockchain developer? They say, I want to make more money, because that's the truth, right? Because they get paid much more, or they get involved in the ICO project and suddenly become instant millionaires, right? So that kind of thing comes in bit, and then you probably get not enough involvement. So I think as we progress along, technology become more mainstream, it's being adopted not just as a money spinning device, but more as a technology that can actually help to evolve industry and society. Then I'll see the velocity accelerate at a faster pace.
Cool, thanks. If you guys have questions, feel free to reach out to them separately. We can broadcast the emails. I mean, answers to us to the mailing list separately. Thanks everyone. We can move on to the next panel. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Right, for the third panel, which is called the Future-Proofing Yourself, Preparing for Digital Disruptions. This will be a conversation among IHL and corporations on the future of work. The panel will be sharing about the innovative technology and the current disruptions that are happening, not limited to blockchain, and it will also happen in the future of automation. So, panel. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, guys. Thanks for staying. Please stay. Don't leave. We have a very interesting and exciting panel lined up for you. So before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Ian, and I'll be your moderator for today. Panel topic is Future-Proof Yourself, Preparing for Digital Disruption. Now, before I start, I'm going to allow my panelists to introduce themselves first because they have some very exciting backgrounds, and I don't think I'll do it justice. So please, perhaps we can start with.
Cool. Hi everyone. Thanks for staying. You look great. Sunday, 2:40 p.m. 2 more hours to go, is it? Okay, so anyways, my name is Park. I'm the founder of Blockspace Asia. So we do blockchain events and education. So I'm not the very technical kind of guy here. So these guys are. So I'll let them do the geeky side.
Well, I don't think I'm that technical either, but I am the founder of the eLaunchpad, which is a platform we use a lot for startups. And that is essentially who we support. We support a lot of incubator accelerators here in Singapore. I'm also a host at for a podcast called the Blockchain Asia. So we bring a lot of guests from different parts of the world that actually discuss about subjects on blockchain.
Hey, hi, good evening everyone. My name is Naga, so I'm the founder of Ideaboard Private Limited. So I have a decade of experience in banking and management consulting firms. And as a technology professional myself, I have more of the ladder doing project management and business development as well. So now I'm concentrated on educating people in corporates, doing business consulting and also providing education on solely on blockchain at this point in time. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. All right, so I guess everybody's here because you realize that technology is impacting our lives. And I mean, just speaking from personal experience, I know even though I've only been in the workforce for a couple of years, technology is dramatically changing the way that we do business. So perhaps I could just start by asking each of the panelists to share what is the biggest disruption that you've seen technology bring about in your workplace?
At workplace?
Yes, your workplace.
I would say in 2014, during that time, our CEO had a meeting, which was my previous ex-organization, Synchron Technologies. So at that time, we laid the foundation for blockchain as a technology and not just the cryptocurrency and stuff like that. So we were ahead in terms of even competing with the big fours at that time. So I think that would say corporational, in terms of corporation, that was a disruption what I have seen closely, adopting blockchain as a technology and working on POCs wherein the other corporates are still lagging behind in terms of even thinking what to go ahead and do, which use case to work on, right? So, that I would say that more from the corporate side of it.
I would say, disruptive technologies, right? This what we're talking about, and I think I would say the way that we look at IoT space is how hardware, software, and how do you process that information. In the past, I think if you had a refrigerator, who would even have thought about collecting data from your refrigerator or from your air con, right? And not just in my company and the way that we work with startups, but also because of the hosts that I bring on the show, I do get to see a lot of the sort of change of mindset over the last 2 years of how people are thinking about processing data, how would they use that with introductions of technologies like Alexa and all of that, Google Voice. people are starting to realize that there is value in the type of how you are able to use hardware and collect valuable data so that you can make everybody's life more efficient.
Cool. So haven't been working for too long. I'm still pretty young, but soon to Ian over there and the rest of the two chaps here. But the some of the things that we see in disruption in our world is that. So I came from the tech space as well. We had our own startup back in 2015. Spring Singapore funded us. I see the change being that if your company or your business is just providing one solution or one service, then you're not very competitive. I still think disruption as becoming a platform, right? So let's take a look as an example. Let's say Grab, for example. Grab started as a taxi hailing service. Grab right now is a whole entire ecosystem. So I think the key thing is that your business has to become a platform in order to be competitive in the future. Because Grab is no longer just taxi, right? They have what else? Grab Food. What else do they have? Grab Pay. Right now they're offering Grab Financial Services. So I think the key thing is how do you become a platform to have an ecosystem in the future to be disruptive.
Thank you. So technology is really amazing, and if I could just share a funny story. You mentioned Alexa. So for those of you who don't know, Alexa is the tool that has been designed. It's the voice activation that you can ask it questions. So I was actually speaking to one of our youngest participants, and I was sharing with him that I myself have Alexa, and I use it I ask it to tell me a story, and it'll tell me a story. And the young participant actually, I believe the mother's in the audience, I don't know whether I should share this, but the participant was telling me that it would actually ask Alexa how to solve his math problems, and Alexa would actually answer. So the mother sitting over there, please don't tell your child that I ratted on him. But yes, technology is amazing. So, Gus, perhaps we could start with you. You are a mentor for startups, and I understand that you also work at EatLaunch, where you help institutions support the startup ecosystem. Now, technology has radically changed the way that we do business. The number of manpower that is needed is reduced because we can streamline many processes. Could you share your experience with startups and how they leverage technology to do business?
So to address that part, let me just break into two parts, because I think the front part is it's very interesting. I get posed a lot of times questions like, do you think AI or machine learning is going to replace jobs? Is it going to replace more people? And this is the question. This is the point that I would make, right? I would say today is probably the point in time in history where we have been the most automation ever, right? It's also the highest employed people in history ever, compared to like the 80s and the 70s or any time prior to that. So in actual fact, having more automation and more AI does not really equate to less jobs. And it would not cause. If anything, I do believe that it will create more opportunities. I'm not just advocating that. We just look at statistics and look at facts. People, that used to be working for farms and agriculture, now today, they will be sitting, not the same people, but they will be more likely to be trained to become better programmers, solving bigger problems. So from that front, right? And that, to me, is really interesting because when you look at this part of technology, other issues start to arise. So with the data collection and trying to process more information, AI is just AI. AI is nothing if there's no data, if we don't know how to process that data, right? It's all about that data. So when we talk about data, then we can't really detach ourselves from cyber, from the protection of that data, of the personal sort of security and of organizations, who is getting access to that information. So I would say cybersecurity, to answer that second part of the question, will be one of the areas that there's a lot of interest and a lot of sort of resources being poured into it, both from the government level to the personal level. To tie up a little bit on the earlier point, the cybersecurity space, on Alexa, since you mentioned that, SUTD has actually a whole sort of warehouse, because one of the biggest threats with using IoT devices is somebody getting access to your privacy, to your privacy life through these IoT devices. So yeah, so I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. So So I actually totally agree with you. I don't think that technology is bad, even though it does replace some jobs, because I think humans, what we really bring to the table is our creativity, right? And if you can automate jobs, mundane jobs, then that just leaves us more time to pursue our own passions and to actually add more value to society. Nana, perhaps I understand that you're an adjunct professor. Could you share a little bit about, do you get feedback from your students that the current education system may not prepare themselves for the workplace and to deal with technology? Because in my personal experience, when I deal with corporates, many times senior management, they are not the most well-versed when it comes to dealing with technology. And I'm just wondering, is it because there's something like when they were in school, they were not exposed to all these tools, right? So kids these days, how do they see that current education system preparing them for the workplace and to deal with new workplace tools like Trello, Slack?
Right, so I mean, I have studied in the 1980s, right? So it was a very orthodox way of holding a class and stuff like that, and we were very punctual to the class. We come on time and we leave on time or even later. So now I teach, and then I experience totally different kind of kids, right? So very vibrant kids, definitely enthusiastic. They like to sleep in the class. They're always on the mobile phone, and you can't do anything. So how you capture their attention? So this is the biggest challenge. So I'm not sure whether technology has completely disrupted, but these kids have disrupted my night of sleep. So for sure. So I had to think, how can I teach them in a better way so that they can really absorb the information? Because eventually it's not that you come in the class and you listen to me and then you just leave. So for a teacher, it's very important that you also make sure that the kids grasp and the knowledge of this or the information goes into their long-term memory. So I would say that more of the, I mean, not only in the schools, I think even the government sectors, I would say that the baby boomers, so they hold those high rankings. So I think in order to disrupt, you need to have that agile mentality to embrace what is change that is coming your way. So which is very important. So so to do that, I think a lot of workshops and the government initiatives that is taking place currently, I think especially in Singapore, I think it's significant. A lot of money has been put in terms of conducting these classes and the way the awareness being spread across. I think these are very much required. So what is happening now is that millennials who are changing how we are doing the business today, right? So we would see going forward that a guy who is in 45 or 50s have to report to a guy who is in 25 or who is 25 or 22 even. So which he has to keep his ego aside and he has to work for millennials, right? So this is where we are going currently, and for that to happen, people, baby boomers or whoever it is, have to appreciate the knowledge what these millennials are bringing into the ecosystem and then start learning from them. So upskilling has to happen. So that's one thing I would like to say.
Thank you. And I understand that you yourself, you run a platform that connects SME to blockchain solution through education and adoption. So perhaps you could share a little bit about the education aspect. How do you recommend people prepare themselves for digital disruption? You do focus specifically on blockchain perhaps, but perhaps you could share a more general aspect. How do you recommend to our audience that they prepare themselves for all the new age tools that technology is bringing into the workplace?
Okay, great question. Thank you for the question. I think the key thing is that it's going to be a very short answer, but it's your interest, right? If you're not interested in the first place, then what? Then we can bring the most technology to your fingertips, but the most information is all in your fingertips and your hands right now. So that's why we always say that the people who will succeed only make up and comprise of 5% of the world's population. 95% of the world will just ride along. And yesterday I was just reading up on some news. So 800 million jobs will be replaced by automation by 2030. It was a study done by McKinsey and Company. Baker McKinsey, sorry. So with that being said, things will be changed, and if people are still skeptical in learning, still slow in adopting, then I think that no matter what, we can't change anything. But of course, you guys are sitting here today on a Sunday learning blockchain, so round of applause for yourself. Alright, I think really is the key thing is number one, getting interested first, and then number two, how do you start taking action? So in 2019, we have the amazing opportunity that you whip out your phone, as a lot of you are doing right now. Everything is on Google, everything is on YouTube. right? You don't need to attend a one semester class in Yale to just learn blockchain or whatever. You can just Google on YouTube, or there's so many online platforms like Udemy for you to just take. So I think, yeah, the key thing is for you to have the interest first.
Thank you. And you touched on online education. So this is something that I would like to talk more about. So personally, I went to school in a traditional school, and I studied law, but currently I'm in the blockchain space, right? And I do a lot of technology. And how I educated myself was purely through online classes. So what do you think about the current education system? Do you think the students actually should be in school for so long when there's so much more online material that they can actually pursue? And again, allowing them the opportunity to pursue what they are interested in, I believe that's also something that's more beneficial for them, right? Because if you're interested in something, you will focus, you put in more time and effort. So do you think perhaps the school system should change, and do you see online education in the future taking up more of the students' time?
Any government people here? How to do that? Okay, I'm Singaporean, so yes, Singapore system, we have a great education system in Singapore. Great system, however, still traditional, right? I think as to what you guys were talking about just now, whether we need to change the system, I think the clear answer is yes, but of course there's a lot more that needs done, right? Regulation, political reasons. But I think the great thing is that resources are really in your hands, and they can reach out to all the time. So if the students are interested, you see courses like this over the weekend is there for people to attend. So yeah, but by all means, but again, to change the traditional system will take a long time. So yeah, I appreciate the organizers for doing a hackathon like this. But the rest, any answers?
I just want to say that there's a lot of information out in the web, and some are very confusing and some are not true. So if you truly rely on online information, then you have to better get into course, which is somebody can say that this is a right course with the right curriculum, and then you can just complete this course in a couple of days and gain knowledge. But what we do normally is we Google, we get into YouTube, we browse some free videos, because these courses, what I'm talking about, may have some price attached to it, right? So we look for, first, it's human mentality, right? We look forward and see any information available for free. And remember, there are a lot of information which are not true. Even in blockchain space, whatever they put on the web, they are not true. They have done a hard, I would say half analysis, so half knowledge is very killing, right? So you have to make sure that whatever you learn, make sure that you learn properly. Because once you learn and then you slowly move up the curve, there is no going back, because you are wasting a lot of time, right? So blockchain is evolving every day, so basic has to be very firm, AI, robotics, whatever you say. So I think not only online, but make sure that the courses, what you are touching upon, is you can validate for its correctness. That's important.
Thank you. Gus, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, question is education, right? So essentially what do you think? And I think this is a debate that I love to engage, and I could talk about it for like the whole day about why the education is the way it is today. However, I would say this: the government is a lot more entrepreneurial than what most people give them credit for, regardless of which organization it is. If you look at what the government has put in place, I mean, I don't represent the government at all. I do the public sector, and I would say that from a startup perspective, look at where would infrastructure for the startup ecosystem be had there not been the government, right? Where would Block 71? The government. Internet, infrastructure, the government, again. But I would say in terms of education-wise, traditional education I do think is broken. And if you think at it from a perspective that we send our kids to 18 to 20-something-year-olds so that they would get that final certification and then go to the real world and die, right? Because then they will realize that only 20% of what they've learned is applicable and useful for their work. For somebody like me who went to work in something that's completely not related to my studies, I had to die and relearn everything from the ground up. And essentially, I think if we're really looking at how, I think with the new sort of internet access, with more information, there's always two sides to the coin. There is definitely that sort of wanting to change and improve the way that we are getting educational material to our next generation. But at the same time, we have to be very careful in terms of what type of information they're receiving. I think there's a lot of advice and there's a lot of content out there that is bad, but there's a lot of content and advice that is very good. So who is gonna be the one sort of policing and making sure that that information is relevant and useful for the next generation, so that instead of holding us back, it's actually helping us move forward. And I think that from that perspective, I would say that does blockchain have the answer? We are yet to find out. But one thing that the previous speakers that I sort of caught up a little bit was talking about, we should, centralized sort of policing and curation system might not be the answer. But what about giving the public the right to police themselves, to ensure that what they're putting forward is of reputational credibility and is trustworthy, but at the same time it's useful, because that is essentially ultimately what we want the next generation to carry forward.
Just a quick one. So, what I want to say is that, Gus pointed out correctly, that today, the educational system, it is not the best. But with that being said, I think it's also the case whereby the companies need to start to readjust, whereby they're not just looking at your certification, because what we're used to do in this, especially in the Asia context, is, get good grades, go to good school, get a good degree, then you just graduate, and your next 40 years will be secure. But that's not the case anymore, whereby with this certificate from NUS, from SMU, whatever, you're not guaranteed a great job, you're guaranteed an interview. But sometimes you're not even guaranteed an interview, because it's so competitive. I throw a rock right now. Everyone out there have an interview, have a degree, right? So with that being said, I think what's more important is that people have the experience, and for companies right now, to not just determine someone's career or future based on their papers, but based on their experience. And the barrier of entry to starting our own business right now is so low. Anyone of us right now can do an ICO. Probably in 2019 is difficult, right? But in 2017, anyone could do an ICO. So yeah, you can do your own business, give you a good own experience, and then especially with the gig economy right now, everyone can just do and learn some online skills and then get started right away. So the resources are in your hand. Make use of it.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. I mean, again, I'm a big fan of online courses, and that's basically how I educated myself on technology. So again, the topic that we're talking about, today is really preparing ourselves for digital disruption. So if you could give just one recommendation to the public, I'm just curious at this point in time, what would you tell them to prepare themselves? So for me, for example, when I wanted to enter the technology space, I thought to myself, I need to learn to code, right? Everybody today knows how to code. Even in SMU, the law faculty, they have law and technology where they teach lawyers to code. But do you think that it's really important for someone to know how to code to get into the technological space? Yes, this is a question for everybody.
Not at all. Not at all. So here's another question that I asked a lot on my podcast is, where do you think programming and sort of programming in general would be in 10 years' time, right? And most people would say, I think with the new sort of focus on digital transformation and AI and all of that, there's gonna be far more programmers. Like the number of programmers is gonna double. And my argument would be actually it's not true, because we're actually gearing more and more towards, like what Pak said, platforms. So essentially, would my grandma be able to build technology platforms even though she doesn't know how to code? If you look at a lot of other Twilio and some of the other platforms that are allowing you to just simply going up there, and it's giving you a library of different components and just plug and play. In a way, blockchain is sort of becoming like that, right? There is an open source platform where you can plug different components. Obviously today you still need very sort of well-versed in programming sort of skills to be able to build blockchain applications, but we are geared towards making it a lot more easy and accessible for anybody and everybody. The advice that I would give wouldn't be so much about going out to look for platforms, but it would be just step out. That is one of the things that I learned during my consultation sessions. People come in and they say, I need you to find me a CTO that has 15 years of experience in such and such and such, right? But they themselves have never really stepped out, well, have seldom stepped out to get engaged, to meet people, to get more insights, have a conversation, right? Students that have been, they feel like they don't have the right skill sets, they might feel like they don't have the confidence because they might be, they're just students, but it's not true. It's nothing stopping them from stepping out of the university, going out there, networking in some of the events, and meeting people that are, in the space, and they'll be surprised. A lot of them, after they've actually gone out to network, they've actually, the majority have commented, I'm surprised that I met so many people that didn't know how to code, but they were so passionate about digital technology.
So there are two things. One, if your question is to people who are here to code, I may not be saying yes, but your kids and your grandkids may have to code. Because the way the technology, which is evolving every day, we will end up talking to even the aliens in the future, I'm not sure. So that may be possible as well. So yes, that's the first thing. And the second thing is the advice. I would say that there's a very big difference between AI and ML, right? So AI is more like mimicking human behavior, whereas ML is more from the data science perspective, where it learns, the model learns more, the data you provide, more smarter it becomes. So if you talk about chatbots and everything, so if you see those customer service representative jobs, maybe they are at risk, right? So there are such jobs which are at risk. So if you are into that area, in that segment, maybe upskilling will help you in getting into some other industry, or maybe advising the juniors, mentoring the juniors, maybe something like that. So where the coding is not required, right? But upskilling in a way, picking up small programming language which is easy to learn, like Python, that's helpful as well. So that's my recommendation, I would say. Otherwise, if you go into ML side, then definitely, the models need people, data scientists, so there are a lot of job creation happening in that area. And yes, I think no need to worry about losing jobs and something like that.
Okay, so my advice is just not to be complacent at all. So because we are living in Singapore, everything's done up well so nicely, right? Everything works, the aircon works, the air is fresh, transportation works. But because of this exact mentality, that's why an empire can fall, right? There's a whole entire cycle of this whole empire theory. So Mr. Lim Song Wen once mentioned this, that in today's society, we don't need a blueprint anymore, okay? So last time we always had this concept of, okay, just follow this blueprint of get to primary school, secondary school, so on and so forth. But the space is changing so quickly right now that the map is having so many new terrains that we have never expected. So we don't need a blueprint, we need a moral compass, right? So what is your moral compass? What is that compass that allows you to just always navigate yourself through all this time yourself? Okay, so number one, not be complacent. Let me have something else in my mind. So yeah, that's my tip. And another thing, why not be complacent? Because automation will really take over a lot of jobs. 800 million jobs, as the study suggests, in 19 more years. 11 more years in 2030. So everything that is logical can and will be replaced. So if you think about it, AI is simply there to replace a lot of things, automation. But the concept is that anything that everything that is logical can or will be replaced. So if you think about it, whatever jobs that you're doing right now, if it can be replaced, then how do you add on a more human touch to it? How do you have more skills to it? And you need to learn coding. I don't know, I didn't learn coding, but I'm here today. So but again, I think it's a key skill that you've got to know some of the basics, at least so that you can be more resilient to the future.
Thank you. So I think we are running out of time. So perhaps I could just end off by asking each of you to share what do you think blockchain, the biggest impact blockchain will have in the workplace. So I'm not talking about in terms of like projects, but rather do you see blockchain, how do you see blockchain integrating into the workplace as a back-end tool? Yeah, so.
Okay, so I see blockchain, and why we are so passionate about blockchain is this. Blockchain in 2019 is similar to internet in 1999, right? Back then in 1990s, when we talk about this thing called the internet, everyone looks at you funny. What? what's email, what's website, what's Google, what's search engine. Right? I remember there's this online video of this newscaster, news reporter saying they're introducing the internet on the Fox News, and then they were talking about emailing, and they're looking at this funny. But today, internet is integrated in every single part of our lives, be it your phones, be it your workplace, be it everything else. So blockchain has the same capabilities to be as part of every single thing within your workplace over the next 20, 30 years. But the key thing is that it will be invisible. Okay, it can be your transportation, how you book your ride, how you send a message, how you store your data, how to check whether a chicken is fresh at fair price or cold storage. So everything will be integrated. So blockchain, don't think about it as some fancy technology that is out of this world. It is just one step higher of the internet. So it can be really everything, but it will be invisible.
So I like how you describe invisible, right? Because ultimately, if you look at AI and ML and all of that other sort of automation data and all of that, right? Today, some of the more useful sort of apps that we use, such as Google Translate, GPS, and all of that other technology we use to find locations, there is automation already. It's just that we don't see it. It's behind, and oftentimes it comes down to, I think we get so wrapped up with the sort of buzzwords and technology, just because it's called blockchain, it doesn't really matter. I mean, so you're building a startup on blockchain, who cares, right? But are you building a startup that has, some blockchain technology, some deep tech technology, but that is solving a real problem, a real pain for the customer, and you are essentially able to get the customer to pay for that product. And that is ultimately the highest validation that you can get, right? So from that perspective, is that invisibility, but yet you are the power behind getting things done, getting to that customer, solving the customer's pain point. So to address to answer that question, I would say being able to use some of the latest technology and solve problems for customers that we haven't been able to achieve because of the ability of enabling cloud computing, more sort of data to be stored on the cloud so that it can be processed using different type of technology, and as well as documenting those using such things as blockchain so that we can trace it to build that trust among the customers as well as the end user.
So there are multiple industries, right? So you have finance, you have supply chain, you have healthcare, you have music and arts. So not all industries will be disrupted at the same time, which is poisonous and a disaster. So you will have the industries, disrupted like one or two industries at a time or something like that. So we have seen a lot of banks are already into this. So there's one thing which cut across all these industries, horizontal, right, which is identity. So that is where I'm very bullish in terms of blockchain technology being the savior, and identity management would be a real problem solver on a blockchain, and it's going to happen before anything else substantially disrupts or transforms the other industries.
Thank you. And with that, I think we're out of time. Can I have a round of applause for my fellow panelists? And thank you everybody for staying. Next up, we have.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Hey, everyone. We just wanted to check that the teams who are the finalists are all here before we start the next section. I'm just going to introduce our judges. There is no slide for them, so bear with me as I introduce each and every single distinguished personality here. First judge we have today is Mr. Clement Lesage. He is the Chief Chief Technical Officer at Kleros. We have Dr. Rex here, the Vice Chairman of BANSI. He's also co-founder of Mentors Hub, a lecturer at NTU, and holds positions in several other capital investment companies. Next up, we have Mr. Lawrence Lim, who drives the business development and decentralized blockchain network, IOST. He has a background spanning asset management, M&A, and sales across globally recognized brands. We also have Ms. Vanessa Koh, who is juggling between being the Chief Technical Officer at GVCI Ventures and co-CTO at BCB Blockchain. She's also an entrepreneur and lean startup practitioner. And last but not least, we have Mr. Amadeo. Mr. Amadeo Brands, yeah. Mr. Brands is the co-founder and CTO at EOI Digital. We are living in a time where every business will become a digital business. Therefore, it's important to innovate and optimize your workflows and embed the latest technology stacks into your business. So that rounds up the judge panel. We are going to start off with the first of the 6 finalists. The first to go is Deb Pocket. Deb Pocket.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Anderson, and me and Shen Hong are the team of the DApps SDK, and our project is DApp SDK. Okay, and let me introduce with you. Before we start, in case someone don't understand the DApp, so DApp is decentralized application, or you can see it as a blockchain application. There are many dApps right now. There can be social platform, exchange, game, marketplace, or whatever app. And they use blockchain by either accepting cryptocurrency for payment or store data on the blockchain. And if you are a user, you want to use that, you will need a crypto wallet. Because you will need to make a transaction, then you can use that. And the problem right now is there are so many crypto wallets. So if you are a dApp developer, your dApp will looking like this. It's a dApp called Bamboo Relay. It's an exchange, and it integrates with 7 different crypto wallets. Those wallets are for different platform or for different purpose. Like there are browser wallet, hardware wallet, mobile wallet, or cloud wallet. And actually, there are even more wallets. Yeah, and I just list the wallets of Ethereum. So that is quite crazy for the developers. Okay, so we want to solve this problem. by providing a single Web3-like API that integrates all wallets. So the developer will not need to handle all this wallet. And Web3 is the common API for Ethereum blockchain. So most DApp developers are familiar with Web3 API already. And how to use this API? That will be very simple for DApp developers. Only two steps. The first one is inject a script provided by us on CEN. And second, you can start to using it by simply call the API like Web3.enable. This is an API that asks user to authorize their account. And it will looking like this. Let's take CryptoKitty, a very famous app that I believe everyone knows. And if user press login, then we will pop up a window for the user. And the user can choose their favorite wallet they want to use. Okay, let's take another example, like Uniswap. It's a DApp and it's an exchange. If user press connect, also we will pop up a window, then user can choose the wallet they want to use. If user choose MetaMask, then it will turn to MetaMask. And user can use MetaMask, connect to the app, and start using. If user choose another wallet like Portis, it's a cloud wallet, then user can log in Portis and start using that. And yeah, that's how it works. Then let's look at some demo. Okay, I prepared some video for demo, and if you want to see live demo, you can come to us later. Then let's start with this. This is CryptoKitty, and I press login, and the window pop up, and I choose MetaMask. And I'm a new user, so I need to create an account with MetaMask. And I press login. Okay, hold on a second. It is connected to MetaMask. Oh, then MetaMask will ask user to sign a message. This is also to Web3. Then after I sign the message, success. Yeah, I can start using CryptoKitty. Very simple. And let's take another example. I believe I have SX because it's my video. Let me refresh it. Okay. Okay. Oh, I know. Oh, okay. It's not my Google account, right? Okay. So, okay then. This is another report that is another DApp called Uniswap, and I will use different wallet to log in, and that is what I want to demo. So, I'll try to demo later. So, I just keep going. And we think this project can be a good business. So this is our RPM Flame. At the beginning, you can use it for free. You can only have one project, one DApp. And if you want to use it for many DApp, many projects, you will need to pay. And if you adopt the paid plan, we will have a dashboard help you analyze the users and transactions. You will see how many users are using it, which wallets are they using it, and the DAU, WAU, and how many transactions happening like this. We can provide this. And also, if we claim to have a little ad on our widget, producer who plan to integrate with third parties exchange service, then user can buy crypto through us. And we will charge a little fee, and we will share with that. Yeah, this is our business model. Then, for letting you know more about us, actually we are a startup, and we built a product called Dev Pocket. It's an app. It's a blockchain wallet app for the DApp lovers. There are three main functions. First, you can manage cryptocurrency safely on your device, and you can use every DApp on Ethereum and Tron blockchain. Also, if you want to exchange cryptocurrency, we can help you find the best price and exchange in our app. Yeah, that's why we are familiar with the technology, with that and crypto wallet. Yeah, and this is that SDK, and we are single Web3 Live API for our wallets. And I'm Vincent Chen. If you want to discuss with me, feel free to come to me. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Anderson. Next up, we have the team called Freelance Hub. Let's welcome Freelance Hub.
Hi guys. So I'll be presenting Freelance Hub. So yeah, remote work is everywhere. You have a lot of freelancers that work remotely for a lot of different companies. So what I'm trying to solve here is I'm going to streamline the process of feature developments, make it as easy as possible for companies to outsource their work, while quality is still being ensured. So the work that they outsource needs to be of a certain level of quality. So yeah, the problem has two sides. You have companies that want quality code, so they have a code base that's being developed either in-house or outsourced. They want a new feature to be added to their code base, but yeah, they have certain acceptance criteria for the feature itself, and they might have in-house standards that need to be adhered to, so certain coding standards or certain ways that they program within the company. The problem for the freelancer is the freelancer obviously wants to be paid for the work that he does, if it's going to be used. The freelancer wants a clear scope of work, so it needs to be clear what he's going to be doing, and he wants to work from everywhere and use his own tools. So I created Freelance Hub. It's a very basic setup. It's like a proof of concept, but it's working. So more of this later. I'll demo this after the presentation. So how does Freelance Hub work? You have companies that want to implement a new feature. So what they do is they go to the platform and they post a new job of the feature they want implemented. Once they create the job will be posted on the blockchain as well. And then you have multiple freelancers that visit the platform. If they see a job that they deem interesting, they can just start working on it. If they start working on it, they interact with the smart contract as well, so it will be known that that certain freelancer is working on this certain project. Once the freelancer starts working on the project, so you press start work, automatically a branch will be created specifically for that freelancer, and every time the freelancer commits code on that branch, we have webhooks listening into the repository. The webhooks would communicate with the smart contract as well, so they would actually log all the commits done for this certain project. Then when a freelancer is done, the client will get the work that's being done. You have CI/CD set up, so code quality will be checked, test coverage will be checked. And if the client is happy, he can merge the code. So the feature request is being developed. He can merge the code. Once the code is merged, again, you have webhook listening, and the payment will be taken care of automatically as well. So yeah, in short, the payment's completely handled by smart contracts. You have webhooks listening to the repository, monitoring commits and merges, and handling the payments that way. And yeah, jobs are hosted on blockchain, so there's a transparent overview of which freelancer is working on what product. Yeah, so there could be a dispute. In that case, you have solutions like Kleros that could come in between, so you could extend the smart contract. At the moment in the demo, it's not included, but there could be a use case here where you can use Kleros as an escrow, where the client would pay Kleros, and then Kleros would handle the disputes. And then there are competitors, so you have Gitcoin, which is an existing solution, and you have Fiverr for freelance projects or for freelance contracts. Obviously, Fiverr has like a huge issue with freelancers not being paid for work that they do, or you don't have the CI/CD set up, so you don't know what the freelancer provides is of good quality. If you're not technical yourself, you have no idea. And on Gitcoin is mainly focusing on open source projects, and it's like a bounty program for solving issues, so not really on a corporate level, new feature development, which Freelance Hub is. So yeah, I think questions will be later, so I'll just jump straight to the demo. All right, so here you have Freelance Hub. This is the overview, very basic. You will get as a freelancer, so I log in with my account. I have available projects that I could pick up with the payment here, completed projects. So this is the view a company would see. They could create new projects. So I will create a new project now. The Pepsi microsite homepage redesign. And we will pay 5 Ether for whoever does this. So once you create the project, you will interact with the smart contract. So you would actually create a job on the blockchain. Now the job has been created. Ongoing projects, Pepsi microsite. So I'm a freelancer again. I see this job here, Pepsi, a homepage redesign, just posted, 5 Ether. Looks like a nice project, which I will be working on. So easy money. I will take the job. Once I take the job as a freelancer, again, smart contract with my accountant, save. So what happens now is on the blockchain, it's saved. I will be working on this project, or I'm one of the freelancers that will be working on this project. Behind the screens, a branch is automatically created for me specifically, to work on. So you could now clone and start committing your code. And once you are done, from the company perspective, they get this view. So they have ongoing projects, which is a microsite. And then they have here freelancers that are working on a job. So you have Sir Davos working on the job, and then you have the CI/CD output. So even if you're not technical, you can still have like certain KPIs that you want to get. Here you have 74 of 78 tests passed. Obviously you want all tests to pass, so you won't approve this. You won't pay the freelancer for this work until that is fixed. No lead errors, fine. Test coverage. So yeah, as a company, what you could do, you could just check the live demo, which would open the page that Sir Davos created. They can check it out. If they're actually happy with whatever he created, they can approve, which would automatically merge his pull request and handle the payment, and then the job is done, and everyone's happy. So that's pretty much how Freelance Hub works, or the idea behind it.
Right, so hi folks, I'm Yos, and this is Melodies, and we'd like to share with you the project we worked on, which is called Patronage Collectibles. So how many of you have crowdfunded something in the past 3 months? So not many of you. So why is it like this? So we think there are problems in crowdfunding. And first of all, there are high fees. It's sometimes unfair, and it's boring. Right? When you support a creator on platforms like Kickstarter, for example, maybe you put in $10 to support the creator, and the creator only receives $9 back. So that's a huge 10% fee that could have gone straight to the creators, but goes to the platform instead. And in addition, when you support a creator, you just give them money, and what do you get back? A cold, impersonal thank you message. That's it. Right? What if you can get something personal and unique, and something that would give you a feeling of true ownership in this relationship with the creators, with your favorite creators? So, and furthermore, remember the $9 that the creators are supposed to receive. What if I told you that for some creators, they get 0 because platforms can ban them. And when that happens, creators can say goodbye to their fans and earnings. So that's even worse. So instead of using a platform like Patreon or Kickstarter, what if we could do it all on the blockchain? Crowdfunding on the blockchain, using smart contracts. Don't have to trust anyone, can trust the code. So that's the solution that we offer. Crowdfunding doesn't have to be like this. We have a solution, crowdfunding on the blockchain. So it's decentralized, it's fair, and it avoids platform lock-in because all the data is public on the blockchain. If you don't like one platform, you can switch to another platform very easily. And we've also made it more fun and gamified. So let's learn more. So what if you can create and sell your own crypto collectibles? So how many of you have heard of CryptoKitties? So that's much more than the hands before. So let's imagine that Alice is a content creator. She makes videos on YouTube. Alice would create and sell her own unique crypto collectibles to her patrons. And patrons would buy these collectibles from Alice and have to pay a recurring pledge in order to continue owning that collectible. And as long as the patron owns the collectible, he can redeem it for exclusive content and other special perks from the creator. So all of this is based on a taxation system called the Harberger tax system. So essentially the idea is the owners of a collectible can freely set its price. So you can think of it as saying, I value this collectible at, say, $10. And as the owner, I have to pay a recurring percentage of that self-assessed price to the creator in order to continue owning it. And another catch is, at that price of $10, anybody can buy it off of me, even without my permission. So there's this balancing act where patrons can't set a price that's too high, or you pay a lot of tax. But at the same time, you can't set the price too low, or anybody can just buy it off of you, and you lose the perks and rewards associated with that collectible. So let's go through a demo. So we've built a basic prototype, to allow creators and patrons to create and buy collectibles. So on this page, this is the creator marketplace. On this page, patrons can browse the different creators that are on the platform. And let's look at one of them, K-pop cover star. So this is a content creator who makes K-pop related content on YouTube. And you can see that on this page, patrons can learn more about the kind of work that this creator does and the different tiers of rewards that different collectibles can give patrons. So collectibles can have different tiers. For example, the gold tier would have the perk of having a one-on-one video lesson with the creator. So patrons have the gold collectible to redeem this perk. And there are different tiers as well. So if you scroll, and collectible holders also have the option to view exclusive content that's only available to anybody who holds a collectible from a particular creator. So here you can see a list of all the different creators' collectibles, so they're different kinds. Some of them are already owned by another patron, and each has a price. So you can buy any of these collectibles at the listed price, and then you'll be the new owner of that collectible. So I can see patrons would also be able to see all of their collectibles, all of the collectibles that they own in their collectible wallet. So on this page, patrons will be able to deposit pledges, in order to keep their ownership and also change the price and a few other things. So that's what it looks like on the patron's point of view. So now let's look at it from the creator's point of view. So we're just changing accounts from the patron's account to the creator's account. So on this creator dashboard, creators will be able to see all the collectibles they've created and also a balance of pledges that they can collect. So essentially, just to summarize, patrons buy collectibles and crowdfund a creator, and creators sell collectibles in order to get their network of fans to fund their creative work. So we can also create new collectibles. So let's try creating a new collectible. And so creators can specify a particular tier, let's say a gold tier collectible. So this would make the transaction on Ethereum, and it will take a few seconds to confirm. So in the meantime, we also have a transaction history, which shows creators how much their earnings are. So they can earn from when the collectibles are first bought, but also whenever their patrons pledge an amount to them. So let's go back. So we've created this new collectible, and yeah. So that's pretty much it for the demo. And so thanks to Patronage Collectibles, Alice has a recurring income stream to fund her creative work, and it's decentralized. Anybody can create their own Patronage Collectibles. There's no platform lock-in, and as patrons, you get something unique and personalized that gives you a real feeling of ownership in your support of your favorite creators. Thank you.
Thank you, Patronage Collectibles. Next up, that's sir. I welcome, come on down, please. Let's welcome them.
hello everyone. We are Team Blockbuster, and what we are presenting today is a cybersecurity solution for critical infrastructures. So you might note the word physical here, and I'll explain that just in a bit. So cybersecurity is supposed to be a $900 million market size by 2020. So what does this mean? This means that it affects each of the 16 critical infrastructures that we have. So you might identify power, energy, healthcare, transport, finance, water from this. So this is defined by the Department of Homeland Security in the US. And to bring an example of something closer home, how many of you remember this from last year? Yeah, so the thing is that SingHealth was a huge issue, and what happened was hackers got into the SingHealth database and made parts of it unavailable, so which proved that traditional cybersecurity is not enough for these applications, because we are now entering into the world of cyber physical systems, such as your MRT, which is the easiest example. Your cyber attack has a physical impact, such as the MRT door opening when it should not open. So this extends the scope of security from not just from the confidentiality, integrity, availability properties of the typical cybersecurity system, but it adds more properties as well. So this means more responsibility for the defense system. So Singapore has taken note of this, and in the recent Total Defense project, they have allocated 30% of the national budget into defense. So you might remember the 5 pillars of defense, which are military defense, social defense, civil defense, economic defense, psychological defense, and just this February, after the SingHealth attack, they added a new pillar which is called digital defense to make Singapore a cybersecurity superpower. But our point is that cybersecurity alone is not enough. So this is where we come in. Who are we? So this is Angmo, he's from Myanmar, and I'm Sid. So this is my background. I've worked in a space agency, a finance organization, and I've done computer science and design, while Angmo and I work at iTrust under the advice of Professor Aditya Mathur, who also happens to be the head of computer science at Purdue University. So we work right here at SUTD, Singapore University of Technology and Design. If you guys remember it, it's the university on the east, which MIT set up. So our lab, which is called the iTrust Center for Research in Cybersecurity, is planned to become the best cybersecurity research center in Singapore, and we recently got a $13 million grant for 3 years to achieve the same. So what makes us special in that area? The presence of these world-class test beds. We have miniature water treatment plants, distribution plants, power grids, and an Internet of Things test bed. The best thing is that we can hack them as much as we want, just as we have access to our own computers. And we have connected all these together, so the power grid provides power to the secure water treatment, so you can see the effects of a power attack on other infrastructures as well. So the point of doing all of this effort is we need proactive and reactive security. What I mean by this is we need security before an attack happens, and we need security after an attack happens on any system. So these are the stars that you see here are the attack points. So what we have done at our lab is we have secured all these attack points using devices. So in this hackathon, we wanted to extend that a bit further and put all of that on a tamper-proof database so that your data after an attack happens is safe enough to investigate. So why do we need blockchain? So we haven't just sprinkled blockchain on top of our application for the sake of it. We love it for its application, for its properties, such as the immutable nature of blockchain. We want our database to be secure and immutable, and even the administrator should not be able to tamper with it. We want our data to be replicated so that if one storage node goes down, we still have data available after an attack. And one of the most important things governments want after an attack happens is to see what exactly happened. So we want forensic investigation of an attack after an attack happens. And a smart attacker might just easily wipe out the database after an attack or make it seem as nothing actually happened by writing down normal values on top of it. So blockchain can be deployed on its own network with its own compute and power, so it does not interfere with your regular operation of your plant. So these nodes can be protecting the security devices itself. So blockchain can be used to enhance the security of your security devices, so you do not have the problem of who watches the watchman. So we, over the past 3 days, we have used the first-in-class technology stack. So you have a storage layer, which is the InfluxDB, which is a time series database, and you have the blockchain layer in which you can identify Ethereum and Solidity for the smart contract. And we use the first-in-class front end for demoing, and we'll be just showing you the demo. So this is why the blockchain works, the immutable nature of it, like I just explained. So the business plan for critical infrastructures is that we are in talks with organizations like PUB and other critical infrastructure owners like SingPower. So they are the primary people who would be very interested in such an application, because they hold this sensitive data in case an attack happens. And there is high market interest in this because a blackout happened in Ukraine, and there was a water attack in the US just last month. So the application that we have developed does not just secure critical infrastructures. It can be used for smart cities, for healthcare, for smart homes, for the domain name system of the internet, or any time series process really. So that's the beauty of this application. Now I'll be showing you a demo. So Angmo here will be behaving as an attacker, whereas I am the admin of the plant. So Angmo will be attacking the plant. So to demo, we have a sample power grid system here, so with solar generation, thermal generation, residential distribution, industrial distribution, and power transmission to the city. So an attack means the city does not get as much power as it's reporting. So Angmo will do exactly that. So if you can see, so he will try to modify solar generation. So Angmo has already done an attack, and now he's trying to revert the database back to a normal state. So you can see that the solar generation view got invalid, and here you can see that which hash inside the blockchain got invalid. So the beauty of our application is we can recover the data. So even if the attacker tampers with the data, because the data is shared across several nodes, we can re-verify the data and recover it. So the solar generation data is also stored in the thermal generation node. So now it's recovering. So now your database is back to the attack data. So it's quite useful. So you can see the entire ledger here, and we can do as many attacks as we want. So you are free to try out the demo and come talk to us if you don't want your data to get lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have attendance chains. Attendance chain? Right. Come on now, please. Welcome in. So I understand you guys are a father and son team, and you're the youngest one in the entire one of teams. Okay, can you tell me a little bit about yourselves? So how did you and your dad get into this?
What's the problem? The gig economy. People in the gig economy, companies such as Gojek, Grab, Pizza Hut delivery staff, and many more. My mom runs Jobster, a recruitment company. And many people in this company are part of the gig economy. And also, my mom had employees who cheat. As we all know, the staff signs a timesheet and the boss approves it, and it's approved by the boss with a signature. But if the boss is on vacation, the employee cannot get the timesheet approved and will be stressed as he or she does not get his or her monthly salary. Also, the supervisor cannot confirm whether the staff had actually really been to the location that he or she was supposed to work at. And this is Gabriel. This is Gabriel, which is actually me. And this is his work plan. On Monday, he has to go to LLI level 5. On Tuesday, he has to go to LLI level 3. And on Thursday and Friday, he has to be at the office. But if the supervisor is in the office, he cannot check whether the employee was actually in the location where he was supposed to work in the first 3 days. What some people do is to use WhatsApp leave location so the boss can see whether the employee is at the work location. Unfortunately, staff can use GPS spoofer, which can be easily installed on App Store. Our solution, Attendance Chain. Attendance Chain uses Google Maps 3D model of the work location. Then Google Street View will take random images of the work location. Then the staff has to take a matching photo that matches the images by Google Street View. Therefore, the employee cannot cheat. Okay, let's recap. The boss approves the smart contract. The staff signs into Attendance Chain. Attendance Chain does its thing. Smart contract loads onto IOST blockchain. Jobster pays candidate based on blockchain. So now, no need for any more timesheet, and nobody will be stressed with money. Nobody will be stressed with money, as the staff will be paid immediately. Also, the boss will not need to approve any more contracts, as it has been already approved by the smart contract. We have two demos. The first demo is the Attendance Chain app itself, and the second demo is the AI used in the app. Or Facebook. So I'll sign in using Google. password IOST, submit. Okay, I'm reporting at LLI, Lifelong Learning Institute. Go. Okay, select the word location is Lifelong Learning Institute. Okay, I have to take a photo of message, but so if I take a photo of this, for example, press statement, and after that, submit. Oh, then the photo will be rejected. But if I take the correct photo, that matches about 50%, should work. Okay, yeah, photo accepted. Now the next video will be the AI used in the...
So this is the image of the place we need to have, and this is my camera. So if I open up the camera, you see that it is actually showing the background. And so what I need to do is I need to hold this to match it to here, because you can see a difference here. Can you see the difference? This is the difference. 4.7, right? So I need to match it. So now you slowly, let me take my video, my camera here, and I need to match it, match until it looks like it's almost there. You can see the word past. So it's very fast, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap and take the thing. When I snap it, it will go to sending to blockchain, IoT IC blockchain, and when it's done, you can view your confirmation on the IOST Explorer. Thank you.
Now let's see this is the technology we use. Attendance chain. Say goodbye to timesheets. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel and his father. Okay, last but not least, we have Zetson again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying until the end of the challenge and having the patience to wait for some technical difficulties. So I present to you my product, ZSurf. Just to give you a brief background of who I am. I'm Derek. I'm the sole member of this team. I have a background in software engineering. I have an undergrad in computer science, and I'm currently wrapping up my master's in management. I'm currently working at IBM Research, working on the Hyperledger Fabric platform. And personally, I am a privacy enthusiast. And this ties in very closely with the product and the problem that I'm going to solve. Now, before I even begin on the problem, let me illustrate it with an example. So, privacy is about data, and everyone uses their data in a lot of ways. Say, for example, you buy something from an e-commerce website, such as Lazada or Amazon. What happens is that you give them money for a product, but you also give them your private information. And this private information might not be necessary to complete the transaction. Sometimes they ask you for a marital status, they ask you for a birth date, and a plethora of other information which is not needed. So what do you think happens to all of this product that's collected? Obviously, it's not useless, else why would they even collect it? It's actually sent to their machine learning algorithms on their back end, and it's used to generate insights to persuade you to buy more things. And these things are not things that you might actually want. It's not things that you might actually need, but they are things that you actually want. So I'm sure that everyone has the experience of going on online shopping sprees, clicking on things and buying on things that are recommended, and when it arrives at your doorstep, it just gathers dust at the corner of your room. and these e-commerce merchants just get the money. Furthermore, I'm sure that everyone uses these free products such as Facebook or Instagram. But remember, when you're using a free product, you are the product. These products actually take the data that you give up to them, repackage it, and send it over to, let's say, e-commerce websites such as Lazada or Amazon, and this data is used to persuade you to buy more stuff that you might not really need. And this is not the only issue with data. There are many companies that have suffered security breaches in the past few years. There's Equifax, there's Facebook, even in Singapore there's SingHealth, there's Marriott, and even Google. So if you take a look at all these cases over here, tech giants, governments, all of them are very susceptible to breaches in data. And what does this mean? It means that service providers misuse private data. When I say misuse, it means that the private data is not used in the way that the user intended for it to be used. It's used in a way that is more biased towards the service providers. So they misuse private data and are unable to keep it secure. So where does Zserv come in? So Zserv allows a user to utilize the immutability and the trustlessness of the blockchain to verify any private information while retaining privacy over the information. So this sounds like a handful, but the underlying technology that I am using is known as zero-knowledge proofs, and it allows anybody to prove that they have knowledge of something without actually revealing that something. So it sounds like black magic, it sounds crazy, but it's not, and there has been a lot of papers written about it. Okay, so how does Zserv actually work? So before we move into how Zserv works, let's take a look at the traditional use case scenario. So there's a user, there's an ID restricted service, and there's an issuing authority, for example, the government. And the ID restricted service needs your ID. For example, if you're buying alcohol, you need to be more than 18 years old, for example. Okay, so in this protocol, the government issues the ID, you take the ID, you submit the ID to the service, and the service approves the ID. However, there's a problem. The problem is that the service has full knowledge of this ID, and this is not something that we really want. So let me show you how Zserv works. So there's an additional Zserv icon over there, which is deployed by the issuing authority, and we use blockchain technology as well. So what happens in this scenario? The government still issues the ID to the user. However, in this case, the user does not immediately give the ID over to the service. The user sends Zserv a request with his ID. And Zserv verifies the ID with the government. And after verification, Zserv generates a proof and a verification contract to be returned to the user. So this proof is the zero-knowledge proof that I was talking about. It does not reveal any data about the ID. So the Zserv will reply the request with the proof and the verification contract. The user can deploy the contract and send the zero-knowledge proof to the contract once it's deployed. And if the proof is valid, the verification contract will emit an event. So this event will signal to the service that this user passes certain constraints or passes certain checks. For example, he's more than 18 years old. Okay, so in this case, you can see that the service does not know the ID. So the only public objects here is the proof and the verification contract, and not the ID. Okay, so unfortunately, I can't show anybody a demo. So just to give everyone a brief run through of what I was supposed to demo, I was supposed to show a user using Zserv to show that he's more than 18 years old. Okay, so there are a few potential cases where we can use Zserv, and in these few cases, we want to verify private information while retaining control of it. So an example would be personal identification, which I've talked about previously. And a more interesting one would be showing that you own certain property. So for example, if you're applying for a credit card loan, you're trying to apply to become a accredited investor, but you're not willing to review all of your financial information to those financial institutions. So this is an example. These are a few examples where you can use ZServe. Okay. So the market size for the identity verification market is huge and is growing very rapidly. Right now it's around 8 to 9 billion, and by 2022 it will be $20 billion with a lot of growth in the annual total addressable market. Okay, so this is a potential timeline that I foresee for ZServe. So right now I feel that we should integrate ZServe with the digitized governments that are more digitized first for e-service verification. So the reason being why this is the first step is because governments are the issuing authority in many of the scenarios. Most of your ID, most of your passports, your information all comes from the government. And this will be a very strong first step moving forward. The next step will be to partner with insurance companies to incentivize service providers. Because service providers spend a lot of money on cybersecurity practices, and a lot of companies are trying to insure their own data, but it comes at very, very exorbitant rates. So I was considering that we can actually partner with large insurance companies such as State Farm, and they can provide lower insurance premiums for technology companies that utilize ZServe. So a very similar analogy would be health insurance providers giving a lower premium if you wear like an Apple Watch or Fitbit, which records your activity. The next step will be, of course, to work with other industries such as the e-commerce industry or financial institutions. Okay, so to summarize, you might recognize that I go through a lot of industries and possible applications for ZServe, from government to e-commerce to insurance to financial institutions. And this is because I believe that data is very, very important. In the 20th century, oil is the resource that is fueling the economy. But I believe that in this century, data will be the resource that will be fueling our economy. And data is very powerful. And I want to return data back to the owners. I want to return the power back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, finalists. For now, we'll just take a break while the judges deliberate, and we will come back to you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, judges deliberation will be 10 minutes, so we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. back in the house? Does anyone know? Huh? Okay. So Taurus actually really likes the API that Pocket used in their app. So they would like to give away a grant to Anderson. Oh, okay, hi. Okay. So would you like to come down? Leonard, are you back? Okay. And also we'd like to announce the winner of the lucky draw for the Amazon Echo is Z-Surf. In third place, we have Freelance Hub. You are placed for your Cleros for your arbitrable application. So, Mr. Clemens, would you care to present? Congrats. All right, guys. Patronage Collectible, awarded by IOST for your tokenomics. Congratulations. And in first place, Blockbuster for your cybersecurity. Can all the prize winners and judges, would you kindly spare a minute to take a group photo here, please? That pocket. That pocket. 拍照，拍照。And t-shirt. Come on. All right, Star Wars pose, anyone?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Congratulations, guys. I'd like to present a token of our appreciation to you.
So I'll do one video.
Contestants.
So 1, 2, 3. When I say 1, 2, 3, you guys just say.
It's just a video. So, on the count of 3, NBC.
Okay, ready? Just look at the camera and say okay.
You ready, guys?
Yeah. After that, yeah, okay.
NBC, yay!
1, 2, 3. Then you want to do something like that. This side ending, this side ending. So wait to the camera after that, okay? Okay, 1,
2, 3. NBC, yay!
go.
To Dr. Rex, thank you. And then for Mr. Lemon. Leonard from Taurus. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending the hackathon. All right, guys, have a good weekend. Claros will be having a workshop on Ethereum smart contracts on this Tuesday at 7 p.m. So also do stay tuned to all of our social media for the next hackathon. Thank you.
Oh. Oh.